Alright, good evening folks. Today we are going to try to polish off the rest of level 33, hit 34. We're going to try to do it in lower Guck. We'll see how it goes though. It's densely populated in each pick zone of lower Guck, so we might have some trouble finding a good spot to grind. So for a while I was doing the entrance area in lower Guck. There's like 7 or so undead there that I can kill, but a lot of them are getting charmed, I think, by like the bedroom groups and stuff because they don't normally clear that, so if they charm it, they're not losing out on a potential EXP mob. Which means, of course, that I don't have access to those mobs. And then once we reduce that number a little bit, it becomes much less lucrative to camp it because the respawn time in Guck is already pretty long. But from here on out, I'm going to try to get about a level a day. Except for the day that we are doing the 1 through 50 marathon, of course, because I'll be working on the other character for that. I say a level a day, but I would bet realistically we have about 3 weeks until 50. If we don't die. I think 3 weeks of grinding. We're in base pick right now. This is usually the worst place to try to find undead alive because groups that are kind of like LFG will just sit there and clear them out. But we'll see what we got. Alright, we got one. So the XP here is actually like really good. I'll get close to 2% per kill, which means if I can get this area, this whole entrance area untouched, we'll level up pretty quickly. We'll mostly get dark blues here, sometimes as high as like 31. On one occasion I found a level 33 wizard here, which I killed. It was awesome. I was a little nervous about trying a 33 wizard, but I looked at the spell list and I didn't see anything that they could cast that would be like a huge concern for me. And sure enough, they had like no HP. So if that one was up, I wonder if the one on the right is about to spawn, or if maybe it already spawned and was killed. Maze, I doubt it. When you get to power leveling and stuff, you can do it so fast. So since I've been hunting in Guk for the last 2 days, I've occasionally been checking in on the Shinlord, and man, it is always permacamped in every pick of Guk, so it may be more challenging to find a Shinlord to fight than it is to kill the Shinlord for us. Yeah, Maze, it's a good thing they have the increased skill up rate, otherwise it would be a real pain. Hey, good afternoon, Zot. I mean, my rules are basically that any mod that I can find up, I'm comfortable engaging. You know what I mean? As long as no one's helping me kill it. Sometimes I see like full groups sitting down there, like full groups of 50s. So it can get pretty crazy, I guess. I know there's a lot of problems, you know, because Paladins and Shadow Knights both need that sword for their epic. You'll have a lot of times you've got a DPS race of Shadow Knight who's just going to pop off a harm touch. You know, you don't have to do it yet, Maze. I'm probably not ready to kill him. I'm only 3 levels higher than him right now. At 36, which will be in a couple days, that's when I want to give it like an earnest effort. So I expect, if I had to bet, I would say that tomorrow we are going to see the announcement for the bonus EXP. And I think it's also going to start tomorrow. Not guaranteed, but that's my guess, is that tomorrow we will start bonus EXP. It's going to be 76% bonus EXP like previous years, and also bonus rares, which will be a good opportunity to catch some Ghoulbanes. Every now and then, if I start casting my Undead Nuke, Expulse Undead, too quickly after using my Bash Bandolier setup, I'll cast Expulse while my shield is still equipped. Kind of like that with the Yelp. I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but it's actually super suboptimal. Because as soon as I come out of casting Expulse Undead, my character picks up his auto attack. And usually there's an attack queued up so that you instantly attack. But if the shield is equipped, I do my dinky one-hander swing instead of my big two-hand swing. So we lose out on a lot of potential damage that way. So we probably need like 15 more kills to level up here. But yeah, I'm debating going back to Unrest. Unrest Basement is a lot of blue, like light blue stuff now. But usually it's pretty open. What's up, Knots? I am back from my 1 day off. Somehow it feels like it's been forever since I streamed, though. Yep, almost 34. We're getting there. We did manage to snag this from our pal Linuga. We've done a total of 3 ruby turn-ins. We had 2 of the brute choppers and 1 midnight mallet. I did record them, even though I didn't do them on stream, just in case. I didn't want to have like an IV hoop suddenly appear and no evidence of how I acquired it, so I was recording them. Hey, Kettle One, having a great day. Nice, that's pretty good. Are you liking the wizard so far? Yeah, it's nice. I kind of want to do a wizard. So we've got a good amount of plat here. I think, yeah, we have enough for 2 more ruby attempts. And if you miss and you get something else besides the IV hoop, you get 70 plat when you vendor it back. So you really are only looking at 70 plat per turn in. So then we have 3 turn-ins worth right now. I should probably just sell this midnight mallet because like the odds of me getting another one are so high, and I don't want to have a lore situation. I guess I could put it in my shared bank for now. That way, if I get another one, I can sell it rather than it just poofing automatically on acquisition. Yeah. I think you can have a lore item in the shared bank and on your character. Not positive, but I believe so. You used to also be able to bury them in parcel, like you just parcel it to yourself, and as long as you didn't reclaim it, you could have as many as you'd like. With the shared bank thing, you're limited to 1, I think. So like I could have 1 in my shared bank and 1 on my person. This guy tried to put a shield on me. Sorry, bro. But yeah, on P99, when you have lore stuff, you could just corpse bank it, right? Unfortunately here, with no corpse runs, we can't corpse bank lore items. Yeah, that's terrible. That's because there's no rent there, right? We've been making pretty good plat here too. 7 gold is kind of like on the lower end, I think, for what these frog locks tend to drop. There's a lot of fine steel. Hey Sparks, how you liking the Bard so far? We're not 34 yet, we're 33, close to 34. 34 is our goal for the night. What race did you make your Bard? What's up, VGFX? How you doing, dude? I'm doing great. We're closing in every day, inching a little bit closer to that big 50. Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Pickpocket. Hey, Chase. How you doing, dude? So, Liak, we are currently farming, just trying to get another level here in Lower Guck. There's kind of a lot of things on the horizon that I want to try out, but we're just a little bit too low to do them. Once we hit 36, that's when we really start the kind of like final gearing check. I want to get a crested helm from Mistmore. I want to get the boots and the rings from Unrest Basement. And of course a Ghoulbane. Nice, Sparks. Human is good, and a full set of Bandit will go a long way. Though, yeah, the weight will get you eventually. So, Liak, I've actually been having a little bit of trouble with the pick swapping. A lot of the bedroom groups are using these entrance mobs as their charm pets. So, like, they're just, you know, there's like 4 mobs missing out of the spawn cycle, and they never come back. Yeah, Nils, that's what I'm going for. I'm going for those 2 strength rings, mostly because they have a good ratio of strength and AC. It's like, you know, I think they're the best rings I can get. Hey, Sparks, a real easy quest that you can do to get some strength rings is this, the Silver Amber Ring. So you want to go to Crushbone and camp an Orc Taskmaster. He spawns over by the castle on the right in the Slave Pit area. He will drop a brass earring, which I have equipped right here. If you trade one of these earrings to any male high elf slave in the zone, he'll give you a little letter, which you take to one of the high elf guards, and they reward you with a +2 strength ring. But it's all good. Slow and steady. We'll get there, Liak. I was just saying earlier, I think we're kind of like in 3 weeks. 3 weeks from now, I think we'll hit level 50. Yeah, if you're willing to buy Jagged Bands, they're super cheap. It's totally worthwhile to get those. Let's go risk it all, going all the way into Guk. I want to do these guys, but I think even with Soothe, they're packed in so tight, they'll all just come after you. A lot of groups leave these up, but not this one. So these are the pots I'm always talking about. These pots are also in the Ghoul Lord's room. I never see them anywhere but this zone, and there's like very few of them in the game. I believe that this X is the symbol for Bertoxilus. At least in Classic, I believe it was. Oh, look at this guy. I've never seen a ghoul up there before. Yeah, 3 is way too much for me, especially with that proc they have, which they proc like constantly. I found weird mobs in like all sorts of places here, like some way up in that waterfall section by the where I was going by that chair to met up and stuff. I found a bunch of undead ghouls there in some of the picks. Yeah, see, it's like every single one of these is all cleared out. I think a lot of groups also just like clear down. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get that mask maybe like 38, 40-ish. Yeah, I've been finding some ghouls up here, just chilling. I found one right here when I was up here, just hanging out. So weird. I think that's what it is a lot of times, just new groups clear through. Or people LFG and kind of waiting, will tag stuff. And since it's like a 20-minute respawn here, it takes a while. I think the best I can do is this or Unrest Basement, really. Hambone, thanks for the follow. It's kind of crazy to see someone trying to buy bandit armor in lower Guk. I wonder, is anyone else having similar issues? Did not expect a redcon to be up here. Two mobs right next to each other with a 10 level gap. Oin, what's going on, dude? Anyone else having freezing issues? Or is it just Hambone? Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so what we'll do right now is we will just go run over to Unrest and see if we can't wrap this up there. A little too congested here right now. On the way there, we won't exchange. On the way back here later, we'll pick up some rubies. Honestly, the worst part of this run is going to be like Butcher Block. I always hate running through Butcher Blocks. So many like mountainous areas that get in your way from running to your destination. Like most zones, you could just kind of like beeline straight through. The run is going really well. We're killing it here. Almost level 34. Still doing big things. Yeah, the mount's just easy to get. It's good for a lot of the hard named fights in the future. ABQ, yeah. This is a permadeath run. Thank you, thank you. If we're really lucky, we'll get a low-level Sand Giant or Ancient Cyclops we can fight in here. That'd be crazy. Sorry, I'm a little bit quiet right now. I do have a phone call going on this side of things. I'll be resolving it shortly, and then we'll be back to more active conversation. Robot, how's it going, dude? Thank you so much for the raid. I think we have a huge overlap in viewership, but in case there's anyone here who has never watched before, I am Zaide, and I am doing an SSF, or solo self-found run, on a Paladin. So our goal is to go 1 through 50. We do not accept items, ports, or buffs from players. We do not group. All of the gear we have is crafted, quested, or looted by us from mobs that we have soloed. I can only buy default stock items from vendors. And of course, if we die, it is game over. This is a permadeath run. Right now we're 33, pushing towards 34. And if you are interested in seeing what gear we have accumulated, you can go ahead and hit !gear to see all my fat loot. Thank you very much again for the raid, a very loving robot. Jeff, thank you so much for the cheer, dude. You too, bro. We're getting close to being able to take down these specters. No sand giants to try, unfortunately. Yeah, Kara Isle is on TLP. It's merged with Toxulia Forest now, though, which has a negative impact on its zone experience modifier. Ooh, Cold Logics. I don't know if I would say it's super easy for me because Tyrannus Lil is a higher level than I am, and she's a Shadow Knight or Necromancer. And I'd still also have to kill a Sand Giant to get some Sands of Row. In the meantime, this is my one-handed setup. I do want to try it though, once we get a few more levels. Basically, as soon as I'm confident I can take down a Sand Giant, we'll do the quest. No, this is a permadeath run, so I've got 0 deaths right now, and I hope it stays that way. Otherwise, we'll have to delete or otherwise just retire the character forever. I have gone purple 2 or 3 times. Hey, Setfer, what's going on, dude? Glad to see you here. Oh, rip, dude. Why'd he bail? Yeah, my heart rate spiked. The thing on the bottom right in those videos is my heart rate monitor that I was wearing at the time. The clip in Peniel doesn't really show it very well, but moments after the clip ends, my heart rate spikes to like 101 beats per minute. You just have to convince Yerm to do it with you, dude. I heard he's raiding on Rizlona. Until like a month ago, at least, he was on Celo still. I don't think I can do a blue two-handed hammer, primarily because my faction is so deeply negative with the factions involved. But yeah, I'm like negative 2,000 in those factions. Nathox Thex and Priests of Inneruk. I guess it's not that bad. I don't know what faction I need. If I can do it at Dubious, it's possible. Do we know for sure that the quest is active on Classic on TLPs? I've never seen someone using the blue two-handed hammer before. It looks like it works with Dubious at Priests of Inneruk. The only way to increase that is a series of quests. So we'll investigate this. Maybe we'll check it out. Good idea. What's up, Whoopa? Most Layer Part 2 is actually not in right now. They're looking at re-adding it. Ooh, good point, Tolan. The Dark Elf Mask could make it viable. Yeah, it'd be cool to camp Zorb though, to be honest. I mean, you just sit by Running Eye and kill all the Pathers. Killing them will be harder than spawning them. The big question is, does a Webclaw Mercwave spawn in Lake Wrath? Does anyone know? Has anyone seen that on a classic TLP launch? Yeah, this is Kieran Toy. He's the guy who drops one of the 4 staffs that we need. Yeah, Charm. That's exactly why I got it. Oh yeah, definitely Cold Logic. Just one sec. I'll go over that really quick. So basically what I did was I went over by the Minotaur Caves in Steamfont Mountains. you'll see all those giant spiders and everything there. And I just killed all the spiders, mechanical or otherwise. At first I was killing anything, but then I started to just focus on the spiders primarily. And after maybe an hour, it spawned. I was helped a little bit. Some people were also farming for some other mobs, so a lot of mobs were getting cleared at the time. But I'm pretty confident that it is the spider that is the PH, because the mob itself is a clockwork spider model. Note that the cats would not take the toy at Dubious, by the way. I had to use it in a cloudy potion and turn it in at Indifferent. So I'm not KOS, but yeah, at Dubious they didn't take it. I used a cloudy potion I put the item in the trade window, then I invisibled myself with the potion, and then I hit turn in. Any alchemy vendor in one of the cities will sell it. Dude, right, Leok? Yeah, the stun looking proc you saw was the Wolfenite chip. Are you doing P99 cold logics, or are you doing air dune TLP? Yeah, so if you're doing air dune Kieran toy, you can easily get that faction fixed just by using that cloudy potion, like I said. If you're doing P99, it's probably a lot easier to do the Aridin emissary heads. Did someone kill the vendor? Bad guy Vice, killing vendors, hurting the newbie population. If you haven't done the Deepwater Harpoon quest, you should look it up and do that quest. Definitely. This is like super easy now. Dude, I know the BP kills me. Another good one is Werewolf Skin Cloak. You should look that up. That's a really great back slot. And you can solo both of those at your level. Oh, and last but not least, the Gem Inlaid Gauntlets quest, which I did solo, so you could definitely do at your level. I haven't been playing on Cello lately, but I plan to return in a couple months. Receptive, thank you for the follow. Alright, I am back off the phone call there. Sorry about that, folks. Could I solo the HBC mob at 50? Yeah, I think I could, but like like other people have said, right, getting the shot at it would be tough. Alright, so we have a greater Darkbone we can get back there in a second if it doesn't get grabbed. Oof, Charm, that would be a tough one. Oh, I don't have a Ghoulbane yet. I want to get the Ghoulbane, but we're going to try to solo the Shinlord at 36 Receptive. So right now I'm rocking the PGT, like you said, the Cracked Darkwood Shield, and this is our two-hander, the Deepwater Harpoon, 1840. What's up, Viral? Thank you so much for stopping back by. No, I rotate them for bash. Whenever bash is off of cooldown, I swap in the one-hander just long enough to bash, and then I put the two-hander back on. The two-hander is better DPS, so we want to use that as much as possible. And I'm using my bandolier to switch so quickly. Should be able to do this guy as is. Oh, we got two. That's not great. All right, we're still okay. We're still okay. No sweat. We're definitely going to have to use LOH. But that's okay. There we go. Yeah, we don't want to take the chance of him doubling us with one of those 49 hits and just wiping us out once we're below 10. Ergo, I was never a member of ROI. I played with Kulas and a lot of those guys who are kind of like ROI later on, back on Lockjaw for a while. They were cool dudes. So a lot of times you're able to pull that one solo. He'll stand like a little bit further so he doesn't have line of sight. Just a little RNG there, he was further back, so we had to add. But I was pretty confident that with LOH, we weren't going to have a huge issue. Tech Girl 2018, thanks for the follow. Yep, now we're in the danger zone, right? No lay on hands. One bad root away from a death. Receptive, I think Wizard would be a lot of fun. And honestly, like back in the day, people soloed on Wizards all the time. Quad kiting and stuff. 72 minutes, or 1 in-game day, Viral Ostrich. Sever, did the Strom Guild still exist when you guys moved to Combine? Like, was it a direct conversion of that guild, like plopping over servers? Or had you guys been dormant for a while? Ah, I see. This will be a fun one, this next pool. Were you guys hype about the prospect of competing with FOH? Or were you like nervous at the time? I don't know if the mushrooms are gonna add. If they do, we're gonna run. But if they don't, we're gonna kill her. We'll do the hag first for sure. Well, it's, you know, it's one of those things. You get to carry the fact that you beat FOH, you know, forever, but people are always going to say it's like not the real FOH. And that whole kind of thing is just up to debate. Hey Receptive, if you do ! gear, you can actually see my raid loot profile with all my gear on it. It's just one of those things, like I don't think you can count it if like the true guild leader wasn't there when he's such a big driving force and kind of personality behind it, you know what I mean? Sucks when we get rooted. See, I don't fear root because it's going to kill me, though it can get us killed. I dislike getting rooted because she's not going to cast root anymore. A lot of times, as long as you're unrooted, she'll just sit there and spam root on you, which means she's not putting out DPS. There's like low level augments on TLP servers. Only like it never gets past what I currently have more or less until Eldon. It's just like these dinky weapon augments that do like 15 damage. Hex, I don't think I'll do 50 to 60. I mean, who knows what I'll think when Kunark launches. But so Kunark's launching in August. And right now, you know, I'm expecting a new family member around that time. My first big addition to the family. So I think I'll be preoccupied. Thank you. On one hand, it would be hard, you know, because like the higher your level, the bigger the gap between you and a mob that gives you XP in terms of like power curve is. But on the other hand, Kunark has a lot of undead options, so I could still just do undead all the way to 60. Yeah, I mean, as soon as we hit 50, I think maybe we'll do some like solo challenges at 50 or something stupid, but the character will pretty much be done at that point. And then we'll start up another character or do some other kind of fun runs. So like there's a huge laundry list of things I want to do that I think would be cool on stream. I would love to do every class 1 through 50, like not with a particular challenge rule set, just like, hey, let's finally say that we could max out in Classic every single class and knock it out. Or like I'd love to play a rogue, a ranger, a shadow knight, a necromancer, wizard, and shaman. Those are like my next classes that I'd like to do some sort of maybe like challenge run, or maybe after this, because this is kind of like a hard, grueling kind of grind. Maybe take one of those classes and just like twink them to a crazy degree and just like plow through 1 through 50 easily. You don't want to see the rogue. I'm thinking like maybe it'd be cool to get a shadow knight and just go full bore on him. I was looking at the Shadow Knight spell lines last night to compare like how they would do versus a Paladin. And they get so many nukes, like the life tap lines tend to be just as strong as like the Ward Undead kind of line at a similar level range. And they heal you. And they're not restricted to Undead for effectiveness. The only thing is like the anti-Undead nukes are like 3 times as mana efficient. But Shadow Knights also get all the same undead nukes, they just get them at a slightly higher level range. So I think even SSF Shadow Knight would be fun. It's just like a really long grind. I don't think you get any Lich in Classic as an SK. Yeah, we used to we call that stop tanking. You'll probably see it during our 1 through 50 marathon this weekend. With the mages and stuff, we'll do some stop tanking early on when we're doing like the early orc camps and stuff. Before we have a Charm Pet tank. Hey Keebs. The grind's going good, dude. We're really close to level 34. You know, we're in a weird place with the Pally. The next 2 levels, we don't get any relevant spells, or maybe not even any spells at all. Like 2 of the spells in the next 2 levels that we would normally get are tied to later expansions, like Lucklin, I think. So they just don't appear for us. So our actual next spell that we'll get is our level 36 heal. And until that time, like the character is just as powerful now as it will be at 35 and 99%. Keebs, you would get to pick. I messed around in Kazakh the other day. That zone was really tough. I fought a healer that was like 5 levels lower than me. Pulled him to the zone line solo, so it was nice and safe. Fought him the whole time. Never missed a yawp, always got my bashes off. Hit him with stuns whenever he was casting heals. Bashed on other heals. He got heals off anyway. We went all the way until I was out of mana, and he still wasn't out of mana. He was still healing himself just fine. And that was without any other people like healing him through walls. We were doing good in lower Guk, but it's just so congested right now that I couldn't find a reliable source of mobs to kill. I don't really want to deal with a werebat there. Whoopa, local lore. Yeah, I could get the elemental summoning, but I don't want to mess up my upper Guk faction. That's bad. It's not that bad, really. Well, you know what? We don't have LOH. Whoopa, we're gonna go up to the entrance and met up after this, and I'm gonna go get your lore. Too easy. So a lot of times when I get multiples like that, I consider rooting one and backing off, so I'm not taking double the DPS. But it just seems like such a gamble, because half the time, first, like, while you're casting root, you're just getting beat for no reason. Then maybe they resist it. If they don't resist it, there's a good chance it's going to break with very minimal time of them being rooted. And it costs about the same as just nuking the mob. Cindy, I'm going to do Ghoulbane at level 36, so we have 2 more levels once we ding here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying to solo him. It should be a good run. I mean, Soulfire will be really tough. I've got to kill Lucan for a Soulfire. He doesn't summon, so it is possible. I could just kite him for a long time. Alright, Whoopa, I hope you are still listening. So a lot of people have asked me to do the Unrest lore over the last couple weeks, and I've had a feeling that I was getting the Unrest lore conflated with some of the Kedge lore and kind of mixing them in my head, not getting it exactly right. It's been bothering me. So for this one, I wanted to just straight up break out my source material for Unrest lore and give you the exact, from the book, lore information, okay? So here it goes. Here's the official Unrest lore. At the southwest tip of Fadeware, below the rocky cliffs of Dagnor's Cauldron, perches a singular stretch of land. This area has lush plants all around, and a grand estate with an impressive manor stands at its center. Once, this estate was the home of a kindly priest and his family, but it was so badly desecrated that now none, or at least few, but the undead tarry here. Originally known as the Kindly Estate, or simply Sanctuary, today the place bears only one frightful name, the Estate of Unrest. Where the Kindly Estate eventually came to stand, there was once nothing but sea. At the time, the pool that would later become known as Dagnor's Cauldron was vaguely triangular in shape, with the base of the triangle not closed off, but open to the sea. In time, due to the actions of the dwarves, the mountains beside the pool were brought tumbling down, so that a new strip of land stretched across the bottom end of the pool, dividing it from the ocean to the southwest, and setting it into the rough teardrop shape it still bears today. For many decades, this new piece of land lay untouched. The dwarves had retreated back to their mountain fastness and wanted no part of the area they had devastated so badly. And the Kedge were no more, their last survivor hidden deep within the landlocked keep. Gradually, though, creatures began to travel along the southwest edge of the pool. Because of the violence with which the land had been created, soil and rock had been churned about, and surprisingly, the area proved fertile. Within a few years, it was teeming with all manner of plants, including fruits and grains, and the nearby gnolls and orcs saw this and decided to claim it. They fought over the land, each tribe warring for dominance. Okay, so now's a good time to just stop and state that in the original lore, there was supposed to be a gnoll tribe in Fadeware that was never really put in. So that's kind of what this is referencing. And it is potentially where the Torn Ear clan that later took over Paw originated from. Then a man came from beyond the waters, a priest of Quellius, called Eärnosh. The man wished to spread the peace of his goddess, and when he saw the turmoil here, he decided that this was the place where he could make a difference. He settled the land and began to build a temple. At first, the local humanoid tribes laughed at this newcomer, but largely ignored him, being too busy fighting their pitched battles against one another. Then, as they saw the walls of his compound go up, they became more concerned. They began to threaten him, sure that no mere man would dare stand against them. Yet, Eärnosh was no ordinary man. He was incontestable in his faith, and gentle Quellius smiled upon him, keeping him from harm. After the temple was finished, creatures began to approach, hesitantly at first, often secretly, but then in greater numbers. Soon orcs and gnolls and others were knocking openly on the door and asking to be admitted. The priest welcomed them all and tutored them on how to work together. Though he was unable to establish a lasting truce between the gnolls and the orcs, Eärnosh did keep the area around his temple calm and peaceful, and he did manage to bring some of the warlike folk to view that not everything could be solved with hatred and fear, a rare and remarkable accomplishment. After Eärnosh finally died of old age, his temple was left alone by the humanoid tribes, out of respect, until eventually the wooden structure crumbled away of its own accord, and its rotted remains nurtured the plants all around it. So now we have a time skip. Several centuries after Eärnosh's death, another priest of Quellius arrived on Fadeware's southern shore. This is the one that most people have heard more about. This man, a noble named Frederick Wilhaven, brought his entire family with him. He came in search of the Shrine of Eärnosh, whose legend had reached other temples in other lands, and after many months of searching, Willhaven finally located the ruins of his predecessor's holy place. Looking around at the lush grounds, Willhaven admired his predecessor's choice and dedicated himself at once to following in Eärnosh's footsteps. Like Eärnosh, he hoped to teach the local races how to live together without war or strife, but a temple alone would not be enough. Instead, Willhaven paced out a large estate, and at its center he constructed an impressive manor house, his family chapel sitting directly upon the foundations of Eärnosh's fallen shrine. This estate, like its precursor, was open to any in need and was protected from harm by a mighty talisman Eärnosh had crafted, which Willhaven called the Hearthstone of Gentle Dissuasion. In time, many sought out the estate for shelter or healing, and all manner of creatures lived together there in peace. But not everyone admired Willhaven's actions or his faith. Some wished to see him destroyed and all his good works undone. Chief among these enemies was the mighty lich Tintragen, who desired the estate for himself and who preferred chaos and bloodshed to peace and tranquility. More than once he pitted his might against Willhaven, but each time the gentle power of Quellius, not to mention the estate's newer residents, came to the holy man's aid. Tintragen was unable to enter the estate himself, for the Hearthstone blocked any whose heart harbored ill will toward the master of the estate. Then, Tintragen hit upon a plan. He waylaid a lone traveler, an itinerant dwarf called Garanel. The foul lich possessed the dwarf, displacing his spirit and taking up residence in the small but fierce warrior's frame. Then he approached Willhaven's estate, pleading for aid. The cleric's followers took the wounded dwarf in, and the Hearthstone let him pass, for indeed, within Garanel's heart, there was no malice toward any on the estate. The evil spirit controlling the dwarf's body had other plans. Once inside, Tintragen waited until nightfall. Then, leaving his cot in the infirmary, he crept in his dwarven body into the family quarters. The Willhaven family slept secure in the belief that no harm could befall them on their sanctified ground. The lich slaughtered every last one of them. On their bodies he performed foul rituals and atrocities, dragging their heads into the family chapel and staining the walls with their blood. The chapel and the manor were desecrated, and with the cleric's death, the Hearthstone's wards fell as well, opening the way for Tintragen's followers to enter. Willhaven had been a pious, gentle man and a devout follower of Quellius, and the goddess was outraged by this act of defilement. Looking down and seeing the carnage, she drove back the foul creatures invading the estate, but in her anguish she did not read the signs properly. Seeing only a murderous dwarf at the root of the slaughter, she smote the poor creature at once. Moreover, she decreed that his mere death was insufficient to atone for such a crime. The murderer of her favored priest would be bound to the estate for all time, unable to depart the property, unable to rest. Since the grounds were already profaned, she withdrew her divine protection from the land, and it became so unwholesome that only the vilest of creatures, or those already beyond death, would ever choose to reside there. When Garanel's body died, his soul was consigned to a lifeless existence as a ghost. Tintragen, at the same time, was trapped within the dwarf's walking corpse, his powers dramatically reduced. However, the lich knew that once he returned to his own form, he would regain his full powers. He was already undead, so the goddess's blow had done little to hinder him, really. And then, fully restored and with the cleric out of his way, Tintragen could sweep across all of Fadewar if he wished, conquering the entire continent. But he failed to reckon on the legendary anger of the dwarves. Garanel had not been a good man, necessarily, but neither was he evil, and he was a lawful soul at heart. The acts Tintragen had committed with his body sickened the dwarf, but worse, the goddess's punishment struck him as unfair. The lich was wholly to blame for the catastrophe, and should be the only one doomed for it. The spirit of Garanel Ruxsift raged with righteous indignation at its confinement. Garanel was now a ghost without a physical form of his own, and he was unable to reclaim his body as long as the lich occupied it, yet he could still influence others. Dominating several of the lich's more weak-willed servants, Garanel took the first step towards his own terrible revenge. When Tintrogen returned to his base to re-enter his own body, he found, to his great dismay, that it was no longer there. So then there's a little bit more lore that goes on for a few more pages, but we've gone on quite a ways already, so I'm not going to go into all that, but there are some forces contesting back and forth in Unrest to either cleanse it forever or to bring back Tintrogen to his full power. And that is the full, unadulterated lore for Unrest. Right? Rip EXP bar. Now we'll rebuff and get going. So I've been thinking about doing a thing where like every stream we close out the stream with like a quick lore discussion on some zone or NPC. Then that way people who are not into that kind of thing can just kind of dip out at that point. People who are interested can stick around. This is from the Everquest role-playing game Realms of Norath, Dagnor's Cauldron, which is an officially published and licensed supplement to the Everquest RPG game. Unrest is one of a few zones that has a few different interpretations of its lore. Which one are you missing, Cold Logics? More or less all the Unrest stories are the same. They just have different amounts of detail, you know what I mean? Some just talk about Garanel massacring the family, some go further and talk about him being possessed. Most of them do not cover the first temple. But I think that's why we look at this, like this is the manor, right, that was built second. This is the second temple. The basement is when we see the original temple. Beneath it, you know, this was built on top of the first temple. Where's this monk from? By the way, good to see you again, Chinchilla. I'm not sure what Najena has to do with Unrest. Something I'll have to look into. Is there something in particular that makes us think that Najena is affiliated with Unrest? Is there like a ghoul? There's something in here, right, that's connected to Najena? Oh yeah, duh. Hey, Hitokiru, how's it going? Okay, yeah, the Lucklin book's good. You know, um, the craziest thing about the Lucklin book is it has a dictionary for Akivan. So you can translate all those prices, or sorry, all those names for like the mobs in VT. Which, when you think about the lore of Vexthal and the lore of Lucklin overall, is kind of funny. So if you guys don't know this, the Akivans used to be a unified race, right? There was just one Akivan empire on Lucklin, and they mostly kept to themselves. They were led by Akelha Ra, who was created herself in the image of the goddess Lucklin. Eventually, more and more people started coming into Lucklin through various means, and the Akivan people started interacting with them, and Akelha Ra was cool with it. Now, the Akivans originally spoke a language called the Fleshless Tongue, but they started using Common Tongue to interact with the new races that were coming, and there was a lot of opposition by some more conservative members of the Akivan people for this, and it started a civil war. The person who led the opposition side was Atenha Ra, which was an entity that Akelha Ra created herself to be her own mirror image, similar to what Lucklin did for her. But basically, the entire war, the entire civil war, and largely the entire plot of the Lucklin expansion, the overarching theme, right, is this battle over the use of language and the conservative Akivans wanting to keep their fleshless tongue. So it's kind of funny that in the Lucklin source book, they just published like a dictionary of Akivan. Hey, thanks. I'm glad you like it. Cold Logics, I have a digital copy I can link to you if you don't already have one of the Lucklin book. Yeah, just send me a whisper, and when I'm done with the stream tonight, I'll shoot you a link, okay? Alright, our mana is full. Let's get back to it. We got a nice setup here. Use lull, save some mana. Hope none of these crit fails. Should be fine. We'll just top pull this monk. Man, he's green. I just kind of want to pull through him. Was there a classic strategy guide? I have the Kunark one. Hey, Rosinator2, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I've never seen the Valios strategy guide personally. I know 2 of the little fiction books that they wrote are pretty rare too. One is common, Rogue's Hour, and then the other 2 are like really hard to find. But those are super like non-canon. I'll have to check out the shiny one. I've never seen it. Yeah, Charm, I've got the signed Luckland box art. Most of them are sold out now. It's like, in fact, I think all the signed ones are sold out now, unfortunately. Yeah, that painting he had was really cool, and the frame he had that he had added the Freeport music to was also really awesome. I assume he just got that done himself, because I've seen the screenshot of that floating around the internet. I mean, unless he's the guy who painted it or he contacted the guy who made it and bought it, but I assume he just had a print made. Top off before we do this slightly risky maneuver here. Yeah, there's another one of Eridan Palace and another one of High Keep. They all look good. We've had good luck with these hag spawns. Usually they're a little bit rare. We want as many and as high of level hag spawns as we can get. Do you have the comic books? Those are really cool. Yeah, you know, at first I was really worried about the hags. I thought the hags were going to be like the death of me, but when I saw how quickly I'm able to nuke them down, they became like my ideal target. Especially now that I've got a few levels and I have Endure Magic, a lot of times I can resist or get partials on their nukes, so they're way less threatening to me than the other mobs. The art in the first one is really awesome. I don't own, I think there's a second and a third one. I've never seen them in person. So we're gonna do the hag behind this wall next. I want to get a little bit more mana because I'm gonna lull her. That way I can walk in and fight her from pretty close up. And what else? I'm gonna heal before I go in, just in case we get an ad and we have to deal with some nukes and stuff. You talking about the comic? Yeah, the first comic is the Runes of Kunark, and then there's a huge gap between that and the next one. And that kind of tells the story of like the start of Kunark, like Verona Vi being kidnapped and the loss of the life guide. If anyone didn't know, that little magical rod with the gem on the end that you always see Verona Vi with and all the pictures she's in, that's called the life guide. It did exist on some servers as an artifact that like one player per server would get. Hey, that's pretty good. You know, I've gotten like I've owned the original comic book 2 times and I lose it somehow. Every time I keep losing it. This is what we want. Just keep casting and still. I'm actually gonna root this Greater Dark. Oh, he resisted. This is kind of sketch. I feel like root is definitely the way to go here. So we're gonna bind our wounds, get a med tick. Can we get a second bind? Alright, now we'll do a hard cast heal. Let's do 2. We should be safe now. It's Everquest, so you never know. We've got enough mana for one more root attempt or one more nuke. I'm thinking we just go for the nuke. Nice and easy. The Pocket PC Everquest game. That was fun. I think that was a fun one. It didn't feel like it was super close, you know, though looking at my health and mana, I guess it was. We've definitely had sketchier combat. Cold Logics, I'm not sure. You should throw a link in the channel about the Everquest game. I played Champions of Norath, and Champions of Norath Return to Arms. That's what I should stream next. What's going on, Mod Wolf? Yeah, we're back to prime time for a couple more days. Starting on Friday, I'll be back on my normal, my quote normal schedule. And of course, we all know Saturday, I'll be on for like 24, 36 hours or something straight like that. And then Sunday, all the following week, I'll probably do like morning streams. I might do really long streams starting next week because we're really going to try to grind this out a little bit faster next week. Nice boosted. Big wins there. Blighted Robe is huge. Is Cryosilk dropping on the server right now? Narnia232, thank you for the follow. What's the one really good Cryosilk? It's the Cryosilk cap. That's the one that everyone goes crazy over. Oh man, I've never seen this game. It looks awesome. Could I play that on like my modern PC, Cold Logics, or no? All right, so it's the reason people were crazy about the cap before was when focus effects were in, Cryosilk cap had Burning Affliction 3, which was the dot damage increase. On this server, I guess it really doesn't matter too much. I have purchased the Everquest Pocket PC game. Thank you for revealing that to me. So Narnia, if it's like a legit train, like someone's trying to get out of the zone line and I just happen to get caught up in it, no big deal. That counts. But if someone like runs into the basement with a horde of mobs and sits on me, you know, to intentionally kill or grief us, then we're not going to count it. All right, throw up on center and endure magic, and we'll have a few more mobs to kill here. Hopefully there's a hag on the other side of this wall. I don't know, guys. So Garanel Ruxif is level 35. I don't know how tough he is compared to like the rest of this zone. Do we think at 36 I can solo him if I get him solo? Yeah, definitely. We'll see. You know, when we get to level 49, maybe there'll be some hype on forums or websites. You know, like about us wrapping up this run, and then we'll see some griefers come out maybe. There's always like a second between like when the cast resolves and when you see the debuff appear on them. And during that moment, I'm always like, did I just kill myself? Like, did I just have a crit fail and I'm about to get nuked? Oh yeah, we get all kinds of undead nukes. That's what I'm using right now. I hit for 106 with my undead nuke, I think. I'll tell you right here. 106, yeah. Yeah, the mana efficiency is super high. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I think I can kind of burn him down. I mean, getting him solo is going to be a feat in itself. I don't have LOH right now. Honestly, right now, like it's super not viable, right? Because we're about to hit 34. He would be one level higher than us. No way I could kill him as a yellow con. Maybe as an even con. Maybe. Hey, Amorphous, sorry. To turn on the old spell effects, what you do is you go into your Everquest folder, and there's going to be two files called spells new. So just type spells new, find them, delete them, and then you're going to have to run your Everquest by bypassing the patcher. Every time you run the patcher, like the normal login launcher, it's going to fix any file discrepancies you have. So if you want to have the new spell effects, you're going to have to bypass the patcher. Here's our pather. I was kind of wondering when we were going to run into this guy, so I'm glad that he popped right now and we get to deal with this. There's a little link that talks about how to bypass the EQ patcher. It's a thorough guide, but really the process is very simple. You're just right-clicking the launcher, like the EQ exe in your Everquest folder. You make a shortcut of it, and then you open up the properties, and at the end of the line of like where it runs from, you put patch me, one word. I forget if it's inside the quotes or outside the quotes. Everyone's trying to get that free money, Liak. Yeah, if you're really smart, you could do it the way our Hex friend does it. Create a bat file. Ooh, Amorphous. Yeah, I'm not big on MQ2 personally. I prefer that people don't use it. So I would not be the one to provide you with a link. No, we could talk about the leveling route. Now, it's not ironclad, because, you know, if something's too camped, we might just have to move. But I'm not too worried about people griefing us. Like, if someone wants to grief us, we're going to be in each camp for several hours. They'll have plenty of time to just watch where we go and then go there. So that said, we're going to do Dark Elves. We're going to do Nectula's Forest, Lava Storm, Soleil, Sol B, and then probably the Hole. Basically, we're going to use the actual route I used, except we're going to skip goblins, since the hole is open now. Maybe we'll do goblins if people really want to see the pain that is goblins. When we hit 50, so on this character or on the marathon we're doing, hey Magic, what's up? So on this character, you know, the character's just kind of done, Hall of Fame status. On Saturday, me and a few other streamers, Sean and Bobby Big, Keebs, we're going to be doing a 1 through 50 like marathon grind. And what we do with the character at the end of that stream will be up to chat. Maybe we'll keep it, maybe we'll delete it. It's weird, my taunt fired. Hey, IV Hoop is Evander's Hoop. It's a really good earring, which you can get from doing the Linuga's Gem Collection quest. You give a ruby to a troll in the Inithol Swamp. It's a really rare reward though, so it's kind of platinum intensive to get it. We've turned in 3 rubies, and of course we have not gotten the IV Hoop yet. The big thing about the IV Hoop for us though is that it's got 5 charges of Spirit Tap, which will come in real handy when we're trying to solo either an AC for J-Boots or a Shin Lord for the Ghoulbane. Yeah, Magic, right now I do, because my work schedule alternates weekly, so like this week I'm prime time, next week I'm back in the mornings. Kettle One, I'm going to be playing a mage, but I'm going to be the pooler for the group. The character might be on this same account. I haven't fought the Shinlord yet. He's been permacamped. Like, I've gone to check out the camp a few times, but my goal is to do the Shinlord at 36. So right now I'm not in a huge rush to sit down and camp him. There's usually like a pile of 50s sitting in his room. If someone KS's me on one of those mobs, I mean, if they KS me, I just lose, you know what I mean? Gotta deal with it. Yeah, the current quest EXP values are terrible. Terrible. What guy ruined these quests? Why'd they nerf them? Oh, that's right. That's who. You get a lull, you get a lull, and you get a lull. Feels bad when she gets that root the first time. Now she's got nothing to do but cast nukes. Ding, 34. Boosted, I didn't choose Monk because it's suboptimal DPS for the grind we're trying to do. I can pull just fine on the mage, so it doesn't make a huge difference. Maybe at 50 I would give the king a shot, but I think he would still kill me. At 50 the run would be over, you know what I mean? We'd have one, so it'd be just a kind of a for fun thing. Thanks for the grats, everybody. Yeah, counteract poison. I'm probably not even gonna buy it. See, the thing is, like, if I farm enough clickies, there's a really high ceiling of what could be solo obtainable. Like, I could go to Plane of Fear and solo some Valorium up. But, like, do I want to solo a full suit of Valorium? Have to get, like, a new Ivy Hoop and Hammer every kill or two. And then, like, get woolly nets and stuff. Yep. So, ergo, it's me, Bobby, Loving Robot, Keybz, Keybz. If you haven't followed him on Twitch, you should check him out. Liake, I didn't know you were a free agent. Otherwise, I would have definitely recruited you. And then two of my buddies, Pied and Melusine, they're not going to be streaming. They're just going to be doing their thing in the group. Keybz is going to be playing the Cleric. Melusine will be the Enchanter, and the rest of us will be mages. You can come help us spawn pick zones, Liak, to better emulate the server launch feel where everything's empty. Right, yeah, Keybz, he loves playing Cleric, I guess. It's good though, because you want someone with a lot of experience for that sort of thing. Because, like, even if it's a class that's, like, pretty easy to play, at 22 hours in, you know what I mean? Like, you're not playing your best. Brad Guasp, thank you for the follow. No, Porter. You gotta look at our like, leveling route there, right? So, Nectulus, Lava Storm, Soleil, Sol B, we're barely moving. See, I would maybe give away the account, but I would probably get that account banned by giving away the account on stream, you know what I mean? It seems illegal. Well, not illegal. It seems like it would be against the terms of service. I will give away all the gear from the account, though. Kettle One, usually I just stick to Diet Coke. I'll usually have like a spare Red Bull just in case I really need to kick it. But I don't think I'll even need a Red Bull at all for this upcoming run. It's going to be a pretty short one. Braxis, it is on Saturday, the 4th of July. We're going to kick it off bright and early. Maybe too early for some folks. 6 a.m. Eastern. So tune in whenever you wake up. There will be 24 to 30 hours, I assume, of grinding. Oh no, Riker, I'm going to give away the gear when the mage and the static group hits 50. Do I have any hard-hitting questions? I'm probably going to ask Sean, like, Sean, why are you not attacking? Sean, why are you not sitting? Sean, why does your pet not have haste? Those will be my hard-hitting questions. We'll see if I'm nice. Like, usually in a static group, I'm not a super nice guy. Like, I try to be on stream. But since we're streaming a static, I might be able to maintain my composure. You know what? I should check these spawns back here. Thal usually checks into chat every once in a while at night, so maybe he'll pop in. He can tell you whether or not he thought I was mean. Geez, 2 werebats. What terrible luck. I think I only yelled at the static group 2 times during our run on Air. Right, we just killed like 3 mobs and we're 50. Why did I make the worm? I don't know what you mean by worm. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, Luckland. Got it. Oh, you know what? We leveled up. This place probably sucks for EXP for us now. We'll go deeper in really quick. We'll see if Garinel's up to end this run. All right, we're out of here, boys. Yeah, but you were in a group with Cabdrew, Leok, so... You gotta remember, like, my static group, we did 1 through 50 before Airdoon launched 3 full times. Like, we did 3 full 1 through 50 practices. So there's only a certain type of person that is still there by the end of the 3rd practice. I don't think anyone yelled in my cello group either. I'm trying to use our gnome vision here. I don't see anything that suggests to me Garinel is up. I didn't see like any clips of him through there. No, so Braxis, the group is meant to emulate exactly how a static group would be and how it would run if a server was just launching and you were trying to get 50 as fast as you could. So the restrictions are just like, to be honest, I told everyone what to play. I think we should pretty much just go to lower Guck now, right? 34, we kind of wrapped up Unrest. The best mobs available to us in Unrest are like no longer undead. Yeah, my group didn't really bump heads with anybody on Cello because the people who were willing to train and do nasty things didn't think that we were part of the opposite force. So that helps. And the static I had on Cello was actually the same static that I had on Aerodune and Lockjaw, and like when we would level up on test server. It was a group of people I've been leveling up with for like 10 years. On Aerodune, if I said Aerodune, I meant to say Agnar. On Aerodune, I had mostly a new group. Only one member was a returning member. Well, yeah, I mean, it'd probably be better to just go double Necro, to be honest, dude. Dot stack, Necro's super powerful. Their pets aren't as good as mages. Mages would be like nice and easy because they could tank. But Necro's incredibly powerful, and it would get really inconvenient having one class that could feign death if things went bad, and another class that just dies or gates. Hey, what's going on, Tamina? Yeah, you'll have a ton of mages. See, that's one of the big benefits actually of doing this is you get to level up your mage during your static group, and then that becomes like the Koth bot. It always helped us. We had a million Koth bots because of that. I'm trying to think of where you actually need Koth bots anyway. Like we had Koth bots. Ooh, we're almost full on our inventory. We had Koth bots in Sleeper's Tomb is like the big Koth bot location. Sleeper's Tomb, Sky Shrine. Put one in Western Waste behind Santalak. And then I don't even know if people use Koth bots in VT anymore. Did I just sell my BP? Okay, thank goodness. I'm always nervous that I'm gonna be like absent-mindedly talking or reading chat, and I'm just gonna sell some like integral piece of my gear. All right, so now we'll swing through Freeport. We'll buy a bunch of rubies, and then we'll go to Lorguk. So, Tamina, we've just been basically grinding EXP for the most part. We've only had a few upgrades. Like, we got the Karen Toy for 3 AC and 2 Agility. I think that was our last upgrade. It was a couple days ago. Oh, you know what? I got our Midnight Mallet, so that's pretty good. The next upgrade we're probably going to get will be an Evander's Hoop. Fingers crossed. Yeah, track's a big one. Track's a big one to do the Koth bot on. Cold Logics, you mean the 1 through 50 marathon thing? Yeah, I intentionally timed it to coincide with the bonus EXP. Oh, does it start tonight? Did they announce it already? I expected them to announce it tomorrow. But yes, that's why we're doing it. Yep, exactly that for 1776. Yeah, so that's why we're doing it on Saturday, to take advantage of that. We knew 4th of July would be both a Saturday, so we'd all be available, and it would have the EXP bonus. Oh, so 3 a.m. Thal, what's up? Hey Thal, so I was just telling chat that I might be like the type of person who yells a lot in static groups. Can you confirm or deny? Do you feel like I yelled a lot during our grind? Or was I like a nice guy? That means I should go to sleep right now and wake up at like 5 a.m. and grind before work. So that's a full week, a little over a week of that EXP bonus, which is pretty sweet. Gotta get that freedom bonus. Uh-oh, are you getting ads when you come to the channel, Sparks? Summer Spectacular begin. The Everquest website is like loading really slowly. Or my internet crashed, who knows? Chat, can you guys see this? Or have I crashed? All right, we're good. It's just the Everquest website that's not good. There you guys go. That's the bonus EXP link. Gates of Discord launch? I think Gates of Discord launch is going to be awesome. It's one of the best expansions in EverQuest now. Yeah, I think we'll probably see the return of the queue. At least for a couple days. Yep, that increased rare spawn. Now's the time to get your Ghoul Banes. Yeah, GOD is the Berserker expansion. Yeah, it's going to be a mess. There's going to be a lot of people camping those named. It's going to be really tough to get some of those camps. Yeah, there's no more held levels. So I wonder if the gameplay, or if the plan here should be to do the Ghoulbane after the bonus ends, after a lot of people have gotten Ghoulbanes into the system, you know what I mean? So it's less contested. Or to do it while we're in the bonus period so that, you know, it'll be more common. There's a chance I can go up to someone and be like, hey dude, I'm like a level 30 something paladin, will you let me try to kill this mob? And they'll say yes. What does this face mean? Like, what dwarf is this? It's shaped like a tombstone, and it's guarded by someone. So is this like a place where some important dwarf was buried? You know what? Look at you, Mumph, with the good questions. Let's see. He doesn't say anything. Right, Tomb of the Unknown Dwarf. There's another statue just like that, or tombstone like that, on the island in Dagnor's Cauldron. I bet you that it's supposed to commemorate the deaths of royal dwarves. Because we know one of the Dwarven kings actually died in Dagnor's Cauldron when they collapsed the mountainside that, you know, cut it off from the sea. So I bet each one of those marks the site of death of a Dwarven king. Boom. Big lore. I'm not sure. I don't know how many kings Kaladin's had. Let's see. Well, the current king is Kazan Stormhammer. Unfortunately, he doesn't have one of those nice, like, Stormhammer the Fifth kind of names. Okay, King Kazan is the first of his name. King Kazan the First of Clan Stormhammer. Or not? I don't know how to interpret this. Here's the exact lore text. Ready for this, guys? The Thanes thus came together and spent days in a sealed room, attempting to agree upon one from among them who would rule the united clans of dwarves. Gimzor Fireforge emerged from the meetings with that honor, and for many long generations, the Fireforge clan ruled Kaladin. The Butcherblock legacy came after, but was unfortunately relatively short-lived. The current sovereign, King Kazan the First of Clan Stormhammer, is the 14th king of that line. Does that mean he's like the 14th overall king of the dwarves, and he is the first of the Stormhammers? Or is it like a typo? I choose to believe that there have been 14 dwarven kings. Ooh, I'm probably not even on like Craddock's radar. Drunken Pod Quest. Limited action sets for Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. So you'll have to talk to me about limited action sets versus like unlimited action sets. Is my spell bar here and my hot bar here a limited action set? Honestly, not really, Hex. I don't think a big company taking over EverQuest will ever give us like what we want EverQuest to be. You know what I mean? Like big companies are naturally focused primarily on profit, which of course any capitalist corporation would be. But it just seems like nowadays any company that buys this would only look to further gain finances via microtransactions. You would need like some kind of old school style startup of gamer dudes who are programmers that want to create a game that they think would be fun to play. Because, you know, that's kind of like how EverQuest was, right? They made a game that they thought would be fun. And it was. And you don't get the same result when you try to make a game that will make you money. Oh, you know what, Ergo? Thank you. You're a hero. Big Ergo. I don't think he was. I think it was one of the Butcher Block kings who died in Dagnor's. Big Bad Jeff, left goblin ear goes to Captain Bosek. He stands near the bank, but he paths around a little bit in the basement and sometimes goes up to the second floor. He's got a 6-minute respawn timer if someone is dumb enough to kill him for his rusty sword. Wrecker, in a minute here, I'm going to confirm which king died in Dagnor's. Oh, I see. So that would probably predate the death of the Butcher Block one, which makes sense. This book says that it is King Dagnor himself. I think it's King Dagnor Butcherblock who died. And he died by drowning in the lake when they collapsed the mountain. Yep, it's King Dagnor Butcherblock the Fourth. Maybe he named him after a fierce opponent. I don't know. I don't think there's any way across this little route here that doesn't go through this arena. I know you guys are going to come PK me. All right, folks, are we sitting on an Evander's Hoop right now? No casting messages, and we're safe, okay. The most dangerous part of this run so far, running through the arena twice. I actually need to swing by the bank too, really quick, and throw my hammer in there. Oh, Big Bad Jeff, I have such terrible news for you on that front. When I turned in Goblin Ears, I was getting less than 1/1000th of a percent EXP. So it would take you just over 1,000 ears, maybe 2,000 ears, to level up off of them. Yeah, see, that's one of the big issues I have with EQ lore is like there's certain lore interpretations you just have to in your head discount and say like this is the canon I go with because there's so many conflicting stories on various sources. Like if you guys have if you ever look at the maps of Myrist, which was a compendium of maps and lore released with the launch of Planes of Power, there is a really terrible lore section on Lord Nagafin there. Truly dreadful. Like, you know, I should grab it and read it to you because it's worse than you could imagine. No, they're super nerfed, Big Bad Jeff. It used to be way better. Those used to be very viable EXP. You know, one thing that sucked is, you know, Sean had one of the original lore guys on for one of his interviews, and I asked him, I said, you know, hey, who is the mother of the sleeper, Carifrim? And he said, that question is too easy. It's Vishan. And I'm like, well, I mean, I can't argue with you, right? Because, like, you wrote it. But no, it's not, dude. Malix is pretty close. Pretty close. What? Dude, Riker, there's no way that you believe Vox is the mother of the sleeper. Vox and Nagafin wanted to create a second Carifrim. The first Carifrim was a little bit before their time, so to speak. I haven't been in my bank in so long. I think I could put these away now. It's gonna feel real dumb next time I run to Unrest, and I don't have these keys. It's kind of like a Google it situation. It's all like piecemeal. The best thing to do is like run through the game and hail stuff on like a high level and just kind of like piece it all together. I think that's the funnest way to do it. But yeah, so you know, a long time ago, two dragons who are somewhat unknown were of opposing elemental colors, right? Like red and blue, fire and ice. They mated and they had a child. That child was Carifrim the Sleeper. Now, one of the rules of dragonkind, there are only two rules. The first one being you don't kill dragons if you're a dragon. Okay, so that one's good. And the second rule is two dragons of opposing colors can never mate. I didn't make the breastplate. I made the restless. Most of the breastplate is not a crafted item. I got this from a mob called Yimp the Infernal in Gorgia King's Orb. Let me show you. Boom. So anyways, those were the two rules of dragonkind. Don't kill dragons. Don't bang people who don't look like you. Two dragons did it, and the Sleeper was born. Now, at first, they didn't take any negative actions against the Sleeper because, you know, it's not his fault that he was born that way. And he became super powerful, by far the most powerful dragon, and he went crazy with ego and desire to destroy the other races, and he couldn't be controlled, and eventually the dragons had to unite against him and his followers, who are known as the Ancients, led by Kildrakon, who was one of the high elders of dragonkind. They all had a big fight, and being unable to defeat Carefirm completely, they had to put him in an eternal slumber. He was guarded by 4 warders, and when the warders were woken, of course, he was freed. I think... What am I doing? I think that if you guys have ever seen the 4 mobs called the Crusaders, which are in Sky Shrine after the Awakening, those are the children of the warders, and their goal is to kind of redo the thing. You know, they're trying to put the sleeper back to sleep, and that's why they're part of like the plot line later when you fight Carefirm in Secrets of Fadewar. So after all that goes down, Lord Nagafin and Lady Vox fall in love, and they want to create a super powerful dragon again. Now they're on the Ring of Scale faction, which is kind of like a rebellious dragon faction. So it kind of makes sense that they would be willing to buck the rules of the Claws of Vishan. But the rest of the dragons on the council were not cool with this. You got to remember, the Ring of Scale had Trakenon on it. Trakenon was gifted with the ability to see the future. So I don't know how Vox and Nagafin thought that they would keep this a secret, you know what I mean, when one of the dragons there can literally see the future. So anyway, Ring of Scale finds out they're trying to do this. They take them both, but Ring of Scale will also not kill other dragons. So what do? They take them to Antonica, and they imprison them both. Lady Vox and Lord Nagafin can't leave. They're magically sealed in their places. Now, Lord Nagafin, you look in his place, you know, even physically, it would be hard to imagine how he could get out of there. But if you look in Lady Vox's room and you look straight up, there's a huge hole in the ceiling. She could fly right out, but she's stuck there because of magic. What we do know is that Dozakar the Cursed is the father of Carefirm, and that's why he's cursed. He's put in the halls of testing so that adventurers, people who wish to prove their worth to the Claws of Vishan for the rest of time, can kill him over and over and over, Prometheus style, and he is brought back to life, and he has to die endlessly. That's his curse. That's his punishment for breaking the rules. But so far as I could tell, we never know who his mother is. Now, if his mother was Vishan, the god of the dragons, I'm sure there wouldn't be a rule prohibiting what they did. You know what I mean? It'd be pretty crazy for you to be like, you know, I know God did this, but we don't like it, so we're not going to let you guys do it anymore. Which is why I think it is incorrect that Vishan is the mother of Carefirm. There's a keyring on TLP, but for some reason I don't think those keys keyring. Like when I type key, I don't see any message there. Normally when you type key, it would give you a list of all the doors that you have key ringed. So I think Carefirm is a crystalline dragon, and Vishan is a prismatic dragon. And like my totally fan fiction kind of theory was always that okay, if 2 opposing colors mate, you get the crystalline dragon, and if 2 crystalline dragons were to mate, you would get the prismatic dragon, i.e. something which could rival Vishan, which gives you an idea of why Vishan would prohibit that sort of thing. Yeah, man, I agree with Joppa on that Drunken PodQuest. I like limited ability sets. I like classes to have defined roles. I don't think any class should be able to do everything. I think you should not be able to have all your abilities available to you at the same time. But I think it's okay to disagree with that. I think Arendar is just a reused model, to be honest, man. They're like, man, we have this really awesome dragon model that 40 players on every server got to see. It would be really cool if someone else got to see this. So they put Arendar in. So to get an idea of Vishan's true size, right? Just imagine when you're in Western Wastes and you see that gorge where the Temple of Vishan, the entire Temple of Vishan is located, or where Dragon Necropolis is located, where you fight Clan Dakar and Santalak, those are individual claw marks from when she clawed the planet Norath. Like, just look at the map of Norath, and when you see the claw marks on Velius, that is one of her claws swiping it. Yeah, the void. You can see Vishan dead in the void floating around. The dragon that eats the other dragons is Zlandakar. He lives in the bottom of Dragon Necropolis and consumes the flesh of dead dragons. I don't think he does cold logics. I think he just has developed a taste. So I don't know if you guys know this. Maybe this doesn't still work. We'll try it. We used to always use this as our quick route to Guk. When a server launches and you're trying to get every little advantage you can, you need to move across zones as quickly as possible. Jumping in here, because it's not actually open, this is a zone line that doesn't work, it will automatically sucker you to the other side of the zone, even if there is not a pick zone available. So you just run through and boom, here you are. Saves you 1 or 2 minutes of running. If you talk to, I think you could talk to Clandakar outside if you have good faction, and he'll say like, hey, you know, I can't kill Zlandakar myself because I can't kill other dragons, but someone should really kill Zlandakar because what he's doing is not right. Dude, you know, so I told you guys how, like, my static groups, I always make them practice multiple times, 1 through 50. Every time a server's about to come out and we're practicing, we do this route, and we're like, okay, we're running to Guk. This is the part where we go to Guk. Remember to jump in the big hole, and we're on test server or something. We jump in the hole, and we just zone in. Like, oh, shit, we forgot that this zone actually exists on other servers. So it actually cuts a bunch of time out. Let's see if Lanuga's up. Dude, I forget what zone it is. It opens in Prophecy of Ro, I want to say. Or is it Depths of Dark Hollow? It's one of those two. Cool, but I've put... Dude, honestly, it's scary. It's scary to think of how many hours I put in. I started playing when I was below the age of 10. Without revealing my exact age here. And I've been playing more or less ever since. I had a small break for like 6 years when I was kind of growing up. And I played ever since. She's got a pH cycle, so you gotta respawn her if she's not up. So maybe he does get more powerful. He does have, like, you know, like putrid breath kind of AEs and stuff. You could see when you look at Zlandakar that eating other dragons has had kind of a necrotic effect on him. Like, his lips are peeled back. That's why he's got like those weird long teeth. People in the zone. I feel like someone would tell us if Lanuga was up. Or we would like just run into her around here. She tends to be like in this area. Oh, you're thinking of Harladar. Harladar's child was consumed, I think, by Zlandakar. Uh-oh, you killed her? No. Yeah, so it'll probably be a couple days before she's back up, Jukarkin. Yeah, Transwave. I've got all those EQRPG books. Thanks for the follow, cool butt. Cool name. There's an actual, yeah, I use the actual EQ RPG system. I follow like the rules, but really it's just the EQ classes and world superimposed on 3.5. So if you've played D&D 3.5, that's what it is. The only difference is instead of like cantrips and cast per day, you have a mana system and a meditation system. And there's like 2,000 spells because they include like every EverQuest spell. Evol Revel, thank you for the follow. It's a lot of fun. I recommend it. If you ever get the opportunity to play, you should do it. I love playing it in person because, you know, D&D is just better in person, but unfortunately, due to the year 2020, we've been stuck playing it virtually. I've been playing, so, you know, I've been DMing a campaign for like the last year now, and my crew of people, I don't know if they'd be totally cool with doing like D&D stream. Geez, a lot of people here. But maybe if the viewers are interested, if we have people who are into that sort of thing, we could do like a short EQ D&D virtually that I'll DM and we'll stream it. And it'll be all like viewers from the channel here. Hey Spec, we're going down here to grind some EXP. Yeah, I really like doing the EQ D&D because like, I don't like to do Dungeons & Dragons on rails. I like it to be a sandbox. So I'll throw plot hooks in and the players can choose whatever they want. But since I'm so comfortable with the EQ lore, and honestly most people you play EQ with don't know anything about EQ lore, EQ D&D that is. But those two factors combined mean that like, if I expect the party to go right and they go left, I still know what's on the left, you know what I mean? If you DM like other stuff, you have to either straight up improv or you panic, you know what I mean, when people do totally unexpected things. The only weird stuff is like, obviously you've got to roleplay characters to a much greater degree than how they're portrayed in the game. So you have to kind of have an idea of what kind of personality you think any given NPC should have. Hey Wilgen, it's going to be on the 4th of July this Saturday. A huge amount of the lore is in the source books. So I try to divide the lore into tiers. The first tier, the truest lore, is anything that you can actually confirm in the game in the first like couple expansions. Like Classic through Planes of Power, if it's confirmed via in-game content or documents or books you can read or hail text, that is the truest lore. Then after that, we start to look into like dev posts or published source materials like the EQRPG stuff. And you just try to rank it. So like if there's ever a conflict, like if the game says one thing and the EQRPG book says another thing, I consider it to be the game that wins and the EQRPG book loses. Most of the time that doesn't happen. They just expand upon what's in the game. But sometimes with the Maps of Mirist, you get content that is way outside of whatever else is out there, and sometimes is like, quite frankly, just like stupid. I've got a huge thunderstorm out by my house right now, by the way, so if we suddenly go offline, you'll know what it was. Oh, we got two. Sir, please do not dox me. Yeah, I am. It sounds like we are near one another, Will. Oh, Spec, that's awesome, dude. How's the rogue going? Hey, man, don't kill steal my little dude. Yeah, man, I guess if we die while Link dead, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about dying while Link dead. Are they gonna charm that? I think these people are just being nice. No, they charmed it. That face when you're fighting a mob and someone charms it. You can no longer dispel charm on TLP servers. Oof, yeah, that sounds rough, Spec. Remember the name, chat. Matrix. Maybe we can win some DPS races here. Yeah, what are you gonna roll? Boosted? No dice. Oh, he's too high. You can be a nuisance in other ways. So once we've killed this, we've gotten our one mob that this guy owes me. This is level 29. Let's see what the charm pet is. I don't think I can win this. I don't have enough mana. The charm pet he took is only 28, so technically I came out as a net positive, just taking that one mob from the camp. I'll met up and I'll go grab one of those. Good looks wrecked. You know, Liak, last time you told me to IVU, and I forgot to, and then I got, what did we get? A monk and a hag at the same time? It's going to take us a second to get mana anyway. So we're not even like a true 34 yet. We have to get all our skill ups. Man, we're so close. One more level and we'll hit that 200 bind wound, and then we'll start doing big binds. If it's going to let me go above 200 as soon as I hit 36, that's actually pretty crazy. See, I'm not needing help. I'm fighting for what's right. I'm doing the Paladin thing. I can't stand for this injustice. I think we got it, boys. I think we got this skeleton. Wrecked, I don't know if you saw it. So I was fighting my mobs by the entrance by myself. And this enchanter came up and charmed one of the mobs I was fighting and brought it to this camp. Right, right. I don't want to be a jerk to normal innocent people, but I've explained myself in chat. Sir, I was fighting mobs near the entrance when your enchanter charmed the mob I was fighting. I asked him to break charm so I could finish combat, but he ignored me. In lieu of that, I feel I must gain a certain amount of EXP to make up for the loss. I have done that, and I will be departing shortly. I feel like I'm being reasonable. Chat, you guys can be my moral compass here. If I'm being totally unreasonable, let me know. I definitely don't want to train anybody. Adramus going right for the gut shot there. All right, we got our 2 mop bounty. We're good. Back to being a nice guy. I didn't expect him to just teleport across the gap like that. Yeah, so Rect, he has charmed the mob, so that mob will actually never respawn until charm is broken and the mob dies. It eliminates a potential mob spawn. Like every 20 minutes, I get 1 less mob spawn at this camp, which I'm not super worried about. It's just crazy rude to walk up to something that someone is actively fighting and charm it and walk away without saying anything. Well, we had just killed some of them, so I was pretty confident they wouldn't spawn. But we also have lay on hands. Oh, so you can change your ini file. Hey, Yadari, thanks for the follow. If you go to your ini file and your EQ folder, there'll be all the Luckland models, and you just change them from true to false. The EQ website is really slow for me. It looks like someone just kind of made it out of Play-Doh, and it's not loading entirely. I assume that's kind of the same thing you're seeing. They only talked about increased experience rates, and the servers are crashing. Check this out, Ilfer. This is from Yimp the Infernal. I can never say this guy's name right. Yimp the Infernal, in the Gorge of King Zorb. He's a pretty rare mob. I feel like I haven't seen a lot of Minotaur rib cages floating around. He's only like a level 17 mob, so this is actually a really good item. That's insane. The only thing I can think is someone had one already because it's lore, so they just had to leave it there. Wow, Rizlona, he's that much more common than Braum? When I got him, I thought I was super lucky. I've seen Braum like 2 or 3 times. Not on this character, but in my EQ career, just like running through Gorge. I love Gorge King's Orb. I want to go back there one day and just, you know, I want to do like a little lore thing on Gorge. I'm not going to do it right now. Don't request one. But I want to learn a little bit more about the Gorge of King's Orb because there's still a lot of mystery in that zone. So like looking at Yimp the Infernal, for example, I'm trying to like puzzle out what his deal is. My Twitch icon, that is Kazakh Thul. Like, is Yimp a creation of Brel? Because we see some of that model in the hole, right? But we also see it in Plane of Fear. He appears later on in the game too, in another form, so maybe maybe there's more information there with that. I noticed none of the other mobs assist him, like when he was running, because he runs at low health. None of the Minotaurs and stuff jumped in to help him out, which kind of makes sense since he's wearing their ribcage. It indicates that he's not on great terms with them. Jukarkon, is that right now? I think that's only when the Pick Law take over. So what little I know about the lore of that area is that King Zorb controls the Runny Eye Goblins. They're basically like completely enthralled in service to him, which is why Bork's in some other Evil Eye's path around through Runny Eye, just kind of making sure that things are going as planned. And then when Lord Picklaw comes, hey, look at that timing. When the Picklaw Goblins take over Runny Eye, they are actually freeing the Runny Eye Goblins, which is why the new zone is called the Liberated Citadel of Runny Eye. And then you see the Evil Eye prisoners are all tied up in that one spot. And I think that's when you start getting positive faction. You get positive faction with Picklaw Goblins for killing King Zorb and his minions. Super Suit Guy, as realistic as that would be, we're not going to do that. I'll take that one advantage in that we don't have to deal with login queues. You actually don't need faction to use a banker. As long as you are not, like, actually aggroed by them, you should be able to use it. I assume for the vendor, normal vendor rules apply, no dubious or below. Right. There'll be login queues, but it won't be like launch where the servers are crashing and stuff. Like, we're not going to try to emulate that. We're starting at 6 a.m. on Saturday, so I don't think we'll have any queue issues. Thanks, Will. I wish the Lucklin models had better animations like that. Man, I don't think it'll be back to like the long queues, to be honest. 6 EST. These are the graphics that came with the Dracochrome UI. If you want to check out my UI, you could just do !UI in the chat, and you'll be able to get a link directly to it. You know, as you mentioned PST knots, you do bring up a good point. Perhaps we should try to do it at Pacific time, because 3 a.m. Pacific time is like, ooh, that's a rough time for people to try to tune in. We're like starting it in line with what would be easy for people to make it through, you know what I mean? A lot of people might have trouble staying awake, and so if they start early, they'll hit the 24-hour mark where things kind of get hard to stay awake. It'll be like the sun's coming up. Oh, the spell effects, Goro. Yeah, to do that, you've got to go into your EQ client file and delete spells new. There are 2 spells new files that you delete, and then all of a sudden, you'll be using the old spell effects. You've also got to bypass the patcher. I'll give you a little link on bypassing the patcher here. There you go. So after this, I'll have to redo center and endure magic. Yeah, I think she was. I think Lucklin was meant to be in the Lucklin expansion. I believe that originally Plane of Shadow was supposed to be the end zone of Lucklin. You were going to zone into Plane of Shadow via a teleport clicky behind Atenha-Ra. If you think about it, all expansions leading up to Lucklin had a god affiliation, like a planar affiliation with them. Before you guys tell me about Kunark, listen. So Classic comes out fresh. You know, there's no planes or whatever. We have Plane of Fear, Plane of Hate, cool. Then we have Plane of Sky, pretty close to the end. It's not. I don't think Plane of Sky is ever cleared during Classic. Kunark comes out. Where does Faradar's portal pad link to in Vishan's Peak? It links to Plane of Sky. So I associate Plane of Sky kind of with Kunark for that reason. So we'll say that Classic, you have Hate and Fear. Kunark, you have Sky. Velius, you have Mischief and Growth. And then Lucklin, there's no planes. And then Planes of Power, obviously, all planes, right? So I think Lucklin was supposed to fit that trend and have the Plane of Shadow. There's been rumors about the Plane of Shadow, like, since the time Lucklin launched. Like, it was supposed to be in, but they ran out of time. One of the guys that A Very Loving Robot had an interview with on his stream, I think he mentioned that he had, like, just a few days or something, some incredibly small amount of time to work on Vexthal. Noob Cake, what's going on, dude? Glad to see you. Noob Cake, I don't know if you saw, but the prophecy came true. We have the 76% EXP bonus beginning tomorrow at midnight Eastern, or midnight Pacific time, so technically just a couple hours from now. I said it would be, and it was. %. Well, it's the 4th of July, and this is celebrating something which occurred in 1776. So that's why they do 76%. In the previous couple years, they've always done 76% as well. Oh, here's another reason that I think that there was supposed to be a Plane of Shadow. One of Emp Sra's drops is the Sword of Sraja, which, while it's got a lot of lore implications, it has Bane damage, extra planar. But at that point, if you're killing Emp, all planes are trivial to you. And if you're using the Sword of Sraja in Planes of Power, it's like, not really all that by then. I think it was an item that would have been really good in a Plane of Shadow. The Sraja Sword of Godslaying, which tells us that Emp most likely destroyed planar beings, maybe a god or demigod himself back in his time. Not sure exactly what the Bane works on, to be honest. I don't know if it even works on Planes of Power bosses. But it's definitely one of the coolest items in the game, in my opinion. See, maybe it only was gonna work in the Plane of Shadow. Oh, look at all our buffs gone. Yeah, Sword of Truth was awesome. I wish someone could have used it. Do you guys know the sword I'm thinking of? It's kind of like Sword of Truth. It was an item that players were never intended to have. It dropped in Classic, and it was far too powerful for its time. Only one was ever wielded by a player. Who knows the sword that I'm talking about? Yep, Inti. Anyone got the link? They could throw it in chat. No, he got to keep it while he was in Plane of Sky that time. It was on Krugen from Fires of Heaven. So he had it for all of an hour or so. Yeah, I'll grab the link for you guys. Oh, nice. Fine steel two-hander. Yes, please. Ooh, are all the images of this sword gone? I don't know how, so Ghoulbane is not tradable on this server, which means you'd have to buy loot rights. But yeah, the sword was 150-14, two-hander. It had a bunch of other stats on it. It was never meant for players to acquire. They didn't think anyone would kill the guy who drops it. It was no rent, of course, so there's that. And I think it did have the flaming graphic as well. Yeah, we'll have to dig through like Wayback Machine. I don't think it's classic. On P99 it's droppable, but I'm really glad it's not droppable here. The camp is already toxic enough. No, Rakil, I don't think they did. Even if they had tried to, a GM, you know, GMs back then were super active and involved. They would have put a stop to it quickly. He was allowed to use it in Plane of Sky that time, and I'm pretty sure that was it. With the next patch, it was removed. Or made non-usable. That's it. That's all the drops there. And it's super camped. Every Paladin and Shadow Knight needs one. And it's very rare. And then some people will attempt to sell loot rights. Ooh. Can we not zone? Took a long time for that pick zone window to come up. No, I haven't soloed it yet, Gypsy. I haven't found the camp unoccupied. I went there the other day and there was like 6 people in there, all level 50. Yeah, I see exactly what Wasn't Cornav said. Like, if people see you there as a paladin, they'll walk up and they'll try to kill the mob and then sell it to you right in front of you. We are level 34. It's a struggle to get EXP out here right now. Guck is basically, Lower Guck is basically the only place where we can find level appropriate undead to grind on. It's also like the most heavily camped zone in the game. So it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough from here on out. There was a paladin a couple days ago who had been camping Ghoulbane for 8 hours, and when the mob spawned with the sword, a level 50 mage kill stole him. Hey, that's the correct screenshot set for. Good job. For anyone who is curious, that's the screenshot of Inte's Sword of Death. 12 strength, wisdom, 25 mana, 5 to all saves, procs flame shock, 150 damage, 15 delay, no drop, lore item. FOH used to have a whole post about the time that Krugen got it. You can probably Wayback Machine that if anyone is really interested in it. It's interesting that Discord is the guy trying to scum people out of Ghoulbanes. Couldn't be totally weight free, you know? Gotta give you a little weight. Yeah, this is a permadeath run, Brandon. Solo self-found permadeath. Show EQ is not disabled anywhere. Show EQ works by sniffing packets on your own network. There's nothing you can do to stop it. You're thinking of MacroQuest. Yeah, MQ exists. Hey, Giant Nicodinja, it's just like, I get encumbered so quickly that there's no point in having more than 3 bags. Honestly, I could probably just go down to 2. I had 3 for a while, mostly because I had to carry 4 keys for Unrest. Yeah, 76% starting tomorrow. Dude, set for I'm gonna go for that evil eye pretty soon. 36, 37, I'll give it a shot. So Discord says he has 5 level 50s already. Yep. Yeah, Sean created the curse cycle. And then the lead designer who was working on Sra, the rest of Sra, I think added that item in as kind of like a shout out to him. As you can see, I happen to know Discord from previous servers. I'd say we're like on apprehensive faction. I'd like to think that maybe he wouldn't try to KS me on a Ghoulbane, but because he knows me, he might be even more interested in doing it. Who knows? All right, he says we're good. We got one person who's not going to interfere, chat. There's nothing up. I'm gonna go check over by Assassin Supplier before I bail out of here into another pick. It must suck being in the bedroom group, like later on in the life cycle of a server, and there's just people constantly running through your camp, like not even trying to mess with you, they're just trying to get somewhere. All right, let's do this. God, that was like worst case scenario just now. As soon as we go up, a yellow con wizard spawns. 10 out of 10. Do not want to deal with this right now. You guys saw it too, chat. He spawned when I jumped out of the ladder, right? Don't do this to me, Everquest. Don't do this to me. All right, so that group grabbed the wizard. He's at 97%. If I sit, I can still pull the Visghoul Knight. Oh, Will, we picked, so it's not the same zone anymore. I figured I wouldn't need IVU. It was just one mob up there when I looked. I was like, I'll grab this, kill it really quick. Of course, EverQuest had other plans. So sometimes you guys have probably heard me talk about the other group that was kind of like racing on server launch. They were leveling pretty fast. Discord was in that group. He was one of those guys. He usually levels pretty quickly on server launches. We survived. Nice clip. When he hit, what level was he when I hit 50? I don't know. Our group's got in a big fight, Meekin, at the Goblin Camp in Ocean of Tears, and they were 2 or 3 levels below us when we got in a battle. And following that battle, they logged off to go to sleep because you reach a point where you see the outcome, and there's not anything you could do to change the outcome, I think. So they're like, well, if we're not going to be first, we'll just go to sleep. So they were about 2 to 3 levels behind us, EXP-wise, but it probably was like over 12 hours of actual time because they took a sleep break. Oh, no. Brandon, mages definitely can't solo raid mobs. Maybe when they're like level 70 or something. Like, eventually, Mitigation of the Mighty and Mark of the Old Ways fall off of mobs permanently, and at that point, maybe. But never in era, or even a relevant era. Big Bad Jeff, if you guys had mage pets tank your raids on Cornav, it had to have been mobs which were perma-rooted. There was like an exploit you could do with perma-rooted mobs, like all of North Temple of Ishan kind of stuff. Let's Play, it was so easy because we were like level 100. Like, we thought it was going to be really hard. We brought out all the stops of our guild at that time. And I really regret it. Like, I wish we had brought a smaller force with just like our progression mains. Because he was not tuned up for like level hundreds, of course. I can assure you that when you wake the sleeper on like a normal TLP server in the Velius era, your whole raid force gets rolled, no matter how big it is, pretty much. He hits for like 7,500 or 8k and DTs pretty quickly. I don't know if we've ever even taken like a couple % off of him. All right, Charm, Discord has a message to you. He says, Walk's not playing anymore. Only half the abuse. Come play. Alright, back at this grind thing. See if anything has spawned while we were recovering from that near death. Let's Play, it was on the test server that we did that one. So basically on the test server there's this thing that happens. Every time the test server goes down and it comes back up, it randomly selects which version of the Sleeper's Tomb is live. Sometimes it comes up and the ancients are up, the sleeper's already awoken. Sometimes it comes up and the zone is like dead, like it's like that bugged out version. But every now and then, when the server goes down, it comes up and Carafirm is sleeping and all the warders are up. So obviously we had a progression guild that we did self-enforced progression on test for a couple years. And the event where it would happen was super rare. Super rare. And there was always like a high level who would camp there and kind of like blitz through it if it did happen. But I was super into the sleeper at that time because I'm a huge nerd. So we always had a bat phone, even though we didn't really bat phone things, but occasionally to kill certain targets on test server, we had to bat phone in like the middle of the night because people would farm them. and we had server go down, and I bat phoned that it was going down, so our guild just camped everybody in Sleeper's Tomb just in case. And sure enough, when it came up, the Sleeper was there, and so we raided it. That's kind of the video there. Sometimes it would spawn and the warders would be up, but there would be no Sleeper sleeping. It was all kind of weird things. Brandon, I don't even think they're at 10K in that era. Yeah, it was really cool, Leox. So we started in Classic, and our thing was like you had to do every single raid mob in the expansion before we would move on to the next one. And then whenever we were done, hey, General Zaide, my doppelganger, thank you for the follow. Whenever we felt like we were content with what we had done with the content in the expansion, we would unlock the new one for ourselves. So we didn't have to wait 3 months or whatever, you know what I mean? But if it was an expansion we really liked, we could dwell on it a little while. And we got better at being legit the further we went on. Like it's really hard in Classic because like it's so easy to level up on the test server. People would show up and have to like suicide before raids because they'd be a little too high, and there's always the problem with AA. But at least you can like / reset AA. The problem is I can't police what AA people have. I can only trust that they're being legit, and you never really know, you know? So there's always a question. Anyway, it was all just for fun. So we did self-enforced progression. Classic, we couldn't do Interuk or Kazakh Thule because they're revamped. I think we did Draco Lich, though, which was kind of crazy and fun. Then in Kunark, Kunark was hard, man, because like, that was when we got into content where people would just roll by on level 90s and KS us. Not KS us, but they would like leapfrog us. Like there was this one time, hey, Saiyan Rage TV, thank you for the follow. Oh, Spec, Big Spec, thank you for subscribing very much. Who are you in the in this instance of Guck, by the way? Hey, Brandon Mo, Bran Dynamo, thank you for the sub. Very much appreciated. We are closing in on 100 subscribers. It's crazy. So like there was a time like we were trying to do tracking on, right, on test server. We have 50 people, 50 actual people clearing jugs. We're about to pull tracking on, and some like level 100 just jogs past us and kills track. And like, I get it, it's fair or whatever. But in my head, I was like, dude, what kind of person sees 50 people outside of a dragon spawn about to engage it and they just walk up and like one-shot it? Who would do that? So weird. And like never said anything. Another huge roadblock for us was Woshi and Velius. Like all the Velius mobs were super easy, but if you port into the Awakening Lands, Woshi will attack you. And if you're a high level character, as soon as you port in, he attacks you, you kill him, it's over. So we killed Woshi at like 2 a.m. one night. That was the only time he was up. We actually were stuck in Velius a couple extra weeks, more than we wanted to be, because we could not find Woshi up. And I refused to like go to the next expansion until everything had been killed. Even like the shitty dragons like Woshi and Kellerek Dar. Thanks, Kettle One. Yeah, that's cool, man. Self-enforced progression is a lot of fun. But now that the TLP servers come out so frequently, you don't have to do it anymore. Like when we were doing that, that was when there was still like 3 to 5 years between every progression server. Now that they're basically like a seasonal thing, those kind of guilds rarely exist. And test server was the perfect place to do it because we could go onto every single live server and we could recruit anybody. We'd be like, hey, bring a level 50 character, just type test copy. Boom, they're on test server and it's free. Oh yeah, Dagan, we saw. We're excited. It's gonna be nice. Oh man. Man, base pick only has 22 people in it. Let's try 7. General Zaide, nah, I don't raid. Hey, Daspout, what's up, dude? So Zaide, I was the server first 50 on Aerodune, and then I deleted my mage. I never really had any plans to raid here. I was just kind of playing casually with some buddies of mine. Oh hey, look, it's entertainment. And then after I did that, we started this character. This is a solo self-found paladin. So I'm soloing 1 through 50. All my gear is from something I have crafted. Light blue, no biggie. All my gear is something I've crafted, quested, or looted from a mob I've soloed myself. I don't trade with players. I don't take buffs from players. I don't take ports from players ever. And it's permadeath. So if we die once, we start over. What's going on, Ender? Ender, are you excited for that EXP bonus? You gonna make some new characters? Man, I feel like cigars are like a really big time commitment. So maybe it's for the best that it's not staying lit. No, this is actually my first time playing a paladin. I'm normally a monk main. Yeah, Vercello still has increased rares. Okay, so check this out. Combine and Sleeper were released in 2006. Fippy and Vulak were released in 2011. And then Lockjaw and Ragefire were released in 2014. And then, you know, the rest is kind of history. A Knock Ghoul Wizard. My next big goal with EQ lore nonsense is to learn the linguistic origins of all these like weird names. Like there's tier setups, you know what I mean? Like Knock, Guk, Dar, etc. And the same thing with like some other dungeons, like Pa has like Tesh, Mas, Mal, Vol. I want to know if those are inspired by something, if there's a meaning there, or if it was made totally fresh. Fighting on the slime here for the lose. Ooh, man, you gotta go Zerker, that fresh new Zerker stuff on Mangler. I don't know, maybe the mage was just like hanging out there. Maybe he was trying to kill those mobs for EXP while he was like solo, waiting for a group. No, Galak, don't come train me. Dasboot, we are a 3-time member of the Purple Club. 1 was at low level, 2 were in the 20s. Okay, short Toro, that's not bad. Oh yeah, 2015. Yeah, so as you can see though, those early ones there was a huge gap. Now they did some weird servers in between Combine and like Lockjaw. They did what they do? They did the Mayong server, also known as the 5150 server. But once Holly took over as the lead producer for EQ and EQ2, they really started pumping the gas on TLP servers. I think she saw the future and saw that this was a huge profit potential. I'm not sure which level it was, Daspout. It was probably like level 1. No, I haven't played any live. The furthest I've played, I want to say, is House of Thule. Yeah, it's House of Thule. Yeah, there was two in the 20s. Which one did you see, Das? Did you see the Peniel one or the Paw one? No, I didn't see that Let's Play. You should link that YouTube video to me. That would be awesome to check out. Is that the Holly interview that like the one EQ channel did? Yeah, they eventually did an event server that was between. It was somewhere in the mix. I'm not sure exactly where it fell anymore, but it was called the Quorum server, and it was a race to complete Omens of War. Yeah, the paw one is in there. If you do !purple, it'll give you a link to both of those purple clubs. Okay, yeah, the Everquest show is such a high production value. We need more content like that. Mid up for a second here. We have 3 mobs, that's good. Hey, thanks for the link, Let's Play. Yep. I wonder if it was her success with the TLPs and EQ in general that got her the opportunity to go over to Blizz. Regardless of what anyone thinks of the quality of the TLPs that we're releasing, the stats, you know, on the resume have to look awesome. Finny was like the most popular EverQuest server of all time. That's good. I'm glad to see that, you know, it worked out well for her. As much as I enjoyed her in EQ. I don't play WoW, so I don't know if the WoW fan base is as rabid as EQ can be at times. I assume they're just as bad or worse. Yeah, Ghoulroot is scary, man. Are they really? That's crazy. See, I didn't think there was really like I didn't think there was a vehicle to be toxic in WoW, since so much of the content, the top end content, is instanced. You know what I mean? Oh, okay, the PvP. Is it worse than like P99 Red? That's awesome, Let's Play. Not a surprise though. Nostalgia is all the rage. And honestly, I think, you know, over the years, not just WoW or EverQuest, but MMOs in general, are straying more and more from their roots, what originally made them so popular. Nice. Almost at 5 players. That's crazy, dude. You know, Red was like, you know, it looked like it was a lot of fun at launch. I wish I had played Red at launch before all the bans and all the big guild drama. I wish we could see that old Coach Cast post where he did like this huge rant. It was called like "Why I Am the First Level 50." I think it was all about how like Lovely would root him while he was swarm kiting, and so he would take EXP deaths instead of PvP deaths. Hey, 52, that's not bad. I mean, 52 is not great when you have Velius open, so there's like a lot of zones people can be in. Does Red have global chat, or are they stuck with like OOC still? Yeah, it's got to be rough. Having 50 people online and there's like 150 zones available. I assume that with a population of 50, they're not able to reliably clear raid content in Velius. Like when was the last time Tunair died on Red? There's another somewhat popular emulated PvP server for EQ, right? Legacy of Zek or Rise of Zek, something like that. Yeah, go ahead, Meekin. You are free to link it. Fancy the famous bard. Oh yeah, Elguk is super dangerous, for sure. But it wouldn't be fun to watch me farm like some guy in South Karana for the next 10 levels, right? Go, go, good guys. I made that Zem list. Yeah, I tested and verified all those. That should be 100% current to Eriadune. Yeah, that's the route my mage took. Yeah, unfortunately, we're really stuck on undead mobs, and this is like the last bastion of undead EXP in Classic. We just camp out till Kunark and go back and do like Carnors or something. So Ender, I never did. I didn't test Kazakh because the version of Kazakh which existed on every single other server before launch was a revamped version, so we couldn't accurately test the Zem. We could do the Zem right now, but I would need to find an easily accessible outdoor mob that I could kill, just to compare it to. I was trying to test CT. I killed a level 26 in CT. And then I was going to come here to Lower Guck and kill a level 26 mob in Lower Guck, and compare the two and do the math. But it turns out Undead Side does not have any level 26 mobs. I feel like Chardock is so dangerous. So I think we're coming up on 1 month since I started streaming. I think like this weekend will be 1 month. Actually, it looks like today is 1 month. Yep. Whoa, Jukarkin, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Hey, Fuker, thanks for the cheer. Hey, you know, honestly, the teens were a really tough time for me in the SSF realm. What are you doing right now? What are you grinding on, Fuker? So those first couple days that I was streaming, like maybe like the first 4 or 5 days, I was averaging like something really low, like 10 viewers or so. And then it just started to shoot up quite a bit from there. But long story short, I'm pretty sure that in a couple days, once those age out of my 30-day kind of timer, we will be high enough average viewer level to apply for partner. Now, as to whether or not that'll get approved, who knows? But we'll at least be able to apply. Yeah, I was gonna say you should try the nulls and high pass. Are they still too high for you right now? And did you see what I was doing with the nulls? I was kind of cheesing them a bit. Well, not even a bit. I was cheesing them a lot. GG, right? Yeah. So I think the peak we've hit like over 140 on some nights. We definitely average more than is necessary for partner applications. It's just the first couple days when I was streaming were super low, so my weighted average kind of is weird for a few more days. Dude, I forget the guard's name. Was it Bolton? Oh, I see what you're saying, Fuker. Dude, honestly, what I would do is I would send him a tell and be like, hey man, would you be willing to let me like kill the EXP mobs while you camp the named? That's what I had to do for a couple days there. Trajan, thanks for the follow. Orban, yeah, it was Captain Orban. Bosek's the guy on the inside that we used. Orban was the one on the outside. Orban is the MVP. Hey, Angel, I gotta get a few more levels. We're going for 36 before we attempt the Ghoulbane. Whoa, Big Liak, thank you so much, dude. Hey, for everyone who just got those brand new subs, enjoy the emotes you've unlocked. Feel free to spam them. I love seeing them in chat. Seriously, Liak, thank you so much. That's awesome. I really appreciate your support. All right, I guess we're gonna have to go a little deeper into Guk. We are now at 99 subscribers. Run, run. We should always check to see if bedroom is spawned before we swim up. Alright, oh. Resonant's gonna get aggro. We can lull these. I wish they did, but they do not. I've never seen a real GM event since I played on TLPs in like the last 10 years. All right, guys, we're going for it. Sir Cleric, please do not kill Steel, my lone ghoul. He's killing it. No. Whoa, user 422369. Thank you so much. Gifting 5 tier 1 subs. And breaking our 100 sub barrier. Level 50? Dude, there's no way. They must be like super green to him. I actually don't know why he wouldn't let me kill that. That's really strange. Because they're like almost light blue to me at 34. Thank you to everyone who made it possible. Hey, maybe that's it. I mean, I am in the camp that he started. So he's like, I don't blame him or anything. Hey, I see one of our frequent viewers, OMG the Pope, selling loot rights to Guys of the Deceiver. Yep, that's exactly it, Angel. Everything is solo. All my gear I got myself from mobs I soloed, or I quested myself, or I crafted myself. I don't take ports, I don't take buffs, and it's permadeath. If I die one time, game over. Let's see if they'll let me kill this. They definitely do not want me to have that. Oh, he got low HP aggro. Oh, they charmed it. Hey, Griever1500, thank you for following. Yeah, Cap Big Friend, it's definitely worth it to play EQ right now. In fact, it's one of the best times. Iridium just came out, it's pretty fresh. There's a ton of people leveling up, the server is super active, it's a lot of fun. So you could jump in, get that classic EQ feel, and enjoy grouping and grinding up 1 through 50. Yeah, and we have a bonus EXP event coming up pretty soon. So, I mean, literally starting tomorrow, so you'll be able to do that and level up pretty quickly. Hype train. Emotes are being delivered to supporters. It's so weird that people don't talk very much in EQ anymore. Like in this instance, no one in this group is telling me, hey, can you like, we're camping this now, leave. I feel like you used to have like a lot of conversations with people before you would like take action against them, like charming their mobs or DPS racing them. But I suppose nowadays we just cut to the chase. That's what people say. I'm not sure if that's true. Let's Play, being partnered on Twitch just gets me a little checkbox next to my name, I think. I mean, like, it's really not a big deal. I get a lot of emotes, and that's it. We'll get like better quality streaming options and stuff too. Right, we need to get iced tea on the job. All right, well, nothing's happening here. We'll invis and roll out. If they'd kill these bats, I would just continue on into the dungeon. We could time a tick. There we go. Perfect. Jeez, I wasn't mentally prepared for what I just witnessed, chat. I don't have Gina running. Please, invis, don't break. All right, let's go see if the assassin's up. He sees through IVU. Nope. I think this guy's the pather, right? So he'll path back this way and I can fight him. You know, if that's our intention, we should probably throw some Endure Magic on, huh? No deaths yet. We're hanging in there. That halfling died, so I don't have to. He took one for the team. I think we have, yeah, we have a clip of a nice train. I don't know if it was intentional though. All right, we can try to kill this guy, and if this guy respawns, we lose. Should we do it? Too late, yes. Oh, we got the root. That's the big root too, and still not ghoul root. Now we re-invis and wait this root out. Ender, I could make an audio trigger in game, but I'm too lazy. Right, Meekin? The answer is always yes. Dude, being able to bandage while not breaking invisibility is also insane. Gotta love those wizards. Yeah, sure thing. I'm rocking the Deepwater Harpoon and the Polished Granite Tomahawk. My shield is the Cracked Darkwood Shield. If you want to really examine my gear, you could just grab that link that Leok just triggered there, and that'll let you check out every single item. Guys, you think I could lull these and pull them one at a time? Or do you think we would die? That's a good question. Maybe I would. Idle wouldn't be enough time for me to use Origin, though. I think Idle's only like 6 seconds, right? Yeah, I got those Shin Greaves. Yeah, it's super risky here. I mean, this guy's going to spawn at who knows when, right? He's going to spawn whenever we decide that we're going hard on this. The good thing is we could soothe from like all the way over here. Oof. Here we go, chat. No respawns. Please, no respawns. My swimming's pretty good. It's like 150. Yeah, the skeletons would be a problem. I'd have to try to skip past the skeletons without aggro, because if they get a bash off on me while the wizards are running around, I'd be toast. Ooh, I don't know. I would be surprised if Raid Loot ever improves their website, to be honest. Yeah, they'll be... Well, I don't know about the skeletons. It's super hard to break the skellies, because even with Soothe, you'll get the whole pile of them. They're standing right next to each other. And the skellies proc in Ice Nuke on you. Right? They have that nice long route too. It's like 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. Yep, I'll get some good EXP before and after the group event. Man, look at Chinchilla dropping the hard numbers there. Thank you, Chinchilla. Yeah, Slyburger, this is 100% 1 through 50 solo. All of our gear is crafted, quested, or looted from mobs that we have soloed, all by us. We don't accept ports, we don't accept buffs. And it's permadeath. Yeah, I think Rogue would be the hardest one. Chat's like, don't do it. It's not worth it. I just read it. Glad it's read. Yeah, the ledge would be nice. And they always spawn as wizards or the ritualist. That's the only two things that spawn there. You know what? I wonder if tagging these guys would risk aggroing that white con wizard up there. We don't want to mess with that. The crazy thing with these wizards, if you go by their levels, right, the spells that they can cast on you are really not that dangerous. Like, they're using the same nukes that the hags are using. All their upper level spells are AEs, and since I'm solo, they won't use the AE spells, even though they'll probably be more powerful than the solo nukes at this point. Yeah, Safe Hall Pit is clear. I mean, I could just bring them to our friendly neighborhood bedroom group. I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted to try just taking 2 of them at once. It stuns. Here's the thing. What if that guy that we saw die right here had just killed the spawn right here? You know what I mean? And died to the second one. And so we're waiting like 20 minutes for this guy. So I'm thinking we lull these 2 just in case, right? And then we pull with a root and kill the one that's not rooted as quickly as possible. Yeah, I want to try to get the Crested Helm at some point. I'll probably keep my current shoulders because of the magic resist. I'm just scared to miss more, to be totally honest with you. You're talking about pull like right here? But there's a pather that comes through here anyway, right? Like first there's a spawn in this corner, and then there's a pather that comes through at the same time. Teardoll5, thank you for the follow. So here's the thing, if I could stand up here in Route 1 and pull it, then we might be in a really good spot. Like I said, 30 until they respawn. This zone does not have a 30-minute respawn timer. 12. I really wish he would tell me, like, a metric. I'm gonna wait 12 seconds. Dude, it does feel like the Gargs and stuff are gonna add, right? Yeah, Gora, I know about the zone thing, slowing it down and everything, but I don't know that anybody can actually calculate that. Are you sure? I feel like I've pulled this a million times, and I basically never get these gargoyles to add. One is 32. All right, let's get hype. We'll give this a go. Man, I almost wish Lay on Hands like refilled my mana. I don't almost wish. I really wish. It could AoE, that's true. Oh, we only got one. Ooh, he partial resisted Expulse. Hacks. Not a great spot to be rooted. No, don't help. Don't help. I'm sorry, chat, but you guys saw that we had that pretty much well in hand. By the time that first guy got up here, he was one nuke away from being dead anyway. We could have handled the second guy. Please look at my guild tag. Big Bad Jeff, thanks for the follow. Thanks. I didn't see an AE. I think because this guy probably wasn't on his aggro list at the time, it didn't try to AE. Now here's a question. Do we know if the gargoyles social with the ghouls? Because you know what I'm thinking. Only one way to find out. Ask out of character. I'm thinking I try to pull that ghoul, that even con ghoul wizard, out from between those two gargoyles. Yeah, man, our stair guy still didn't spawn. Factions decreased. Undead Froglocks of Guck. They share a faction, so they would be social. Or so I believe. Dude, I don't think we can lull those. They're like sitting on top of them. See, the reason the wizard thing worked for a while is because he was rooted and he didn't run through. Like, as soon as root broke and he ran through the other guy, it backfired. But I think if we had tagged the outer one first instead, he would have came solo. Let's play. I think they are out until Lucklin. They used to be in Classic on TLP, but not anymore. If it was like a warrior up there, I would just try it, you know what I mean, and see if we can get him. But since it's a wizard and we know the first thing he's gonna do is root me, I really can't risk pulling all three of them. Oh, they cleared these ice bones. Maybe the entrance mobs are respawned now. What's up, bro? Look at this nice classic skeleton model. Yeah, maybe someone did take Stair Homie as a pet. That would sort of make sense. IVU, don't break. All these light blues feels bad, man. At least they're up, though. We kind of got like 25% of this level without even like paying attention. Or at least I wasn't paying attention. Which feels very nice. Dude, where did this monk come from? My guy's like a ninja. I'm surprised we really haven't gotten much loot. We've only made like 18 raw plat too. They don't want us to get that IV hoop. Dude, being in Payneal as a Permadeath Paladin felt like I was just waiting for the shoe to drop. Like any moment some level 1 could roll through with a pile of GMs or something on them. Tricked me. Ghoul root at the last second. Have we capped out our skills yet? Wow, we've only gotten one skill up since we leveled? Holy crap. Hey, Owen, congrats, dude. Big 40. You're gonna hit 50, no problem with this EXP bonus coming. Yeah, midnight PST. I think that's like 5.5 hours from now. It's until the 8th, so just over a week. So, guys, if we time this right, we do lower Guck farming all through the double EXP and the double faction. And then, when it's over, we kill the Shin Lord. That way we don't get double negative faction for killing the Shin Lord. Hacks. Dude, I know, right? I wanted to fight this guy, but I didn't want to get the ad that was stuck in the water, which I couldn't lull. But sometimes other players make the decision for you. So here's what we'll do. We'll see if we can root this guy and make it work. Sir, please back up. This rooted mob will attack you for no reason. Wait, did he heal me? How dare you heal me? Rude. I was gonna kill that anytime soon anyway. See, since I didn't engage the mob, they didn't really help. Right, we are going to kill one more mob, and then we're gonna go check on Linuga. See if we can get that slot machine rolling and IV hoop for us tonight. Well, first, hopefully it rolls Linuga being spawned. We have 2 nukes in us? Yeah, 1 more nuke left. Please don't have a train from bedroom. Alright, he looks like he's good. Alright, let's go check Lanuga. Oh man. We're like 1 kill away from 30% though. We gotta get 30%. You can't just leave at 29.756. Right? All these mobs are going to be down. We're going to have to go into like some deep part and pull another wizard for this 30%. Hey, Monkey Atomic, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Zenfernox or Inferno XX. X Inferno X, thank you for the follow. I assume it's Inferno with an X on each side. Feels bad, Asker. Feels bad. We are 34 though. I think we are approximately 21 days away from level 50, assuming we don't die on the way there. And I guess that's a big assumption. What level's your druid now, dude? All right, we'll wrap this up in a sec here. We just gotta get that big 30%. This should be enough mana to kill 1 mob. Oh, so I was like almost more correct the first time. You'll finish that up no problem with the EXP bonus. I assume with Soothe I can pull one of these guys solo. They're not too close. Oh, you know what, dude? I could just taunt him. We could just taunt and hope. That's what I'm talking about. No mana required. You could pull with just about anything. Bard's a great puller. Honestly, Bard is probably a better puller than a monk. If you're not at a raid, Bards are pretty dang good pullers. I just think that anytime your monk is not in camp, he's not DPSing, you know what I mean? Not today, bad guys. He would have killed us. All right, we're at 30. Nah, man, Bards have like a huge toolkit to pool with. They run faster, you know what I mean? There's a lot there in favor of the Bard. The reason monks are so heavily associated with pooling, one, for feign death, right? But a lot of the leveling route, monks are either not going to have feign death or they're not going to be very skilled up in feign death. Where monks really shine is that feign death can split mobs which can't be lulled or passied or mezzed or rooted, you know what I mean? So when you get to like raids and splitting like fire giants, that kind of thing, monks are really valuable. Like if a monk gets a bad pull on track, he can flop it and will reset. If a bard gets a bad pull on track, he's got to die. All right, here's hoping Linuga is up. Wow, someone's selling a full set of Rubicite. What do you mean peel? Noob cake? Oh, like peel mobs off the kite? Yeah, that works if you're outdoors. I'm not sure where you're gonna run like dragons in dungeons though. Right, yeah, 5% of the time it works every time. Honestly, Track is kind of a nightmare to pull. He's one of those mobs for some reason he doesn't like to reset. I'm sure if you guys have ever raided and pulled Track around, you've noticed this. He'll just sit wherever you leave him for like 20 minutes sometimes. To the point where when we would mess up a pull, we would just have a monk run in and drag him back to his spawn point. It's easier than waiting for him to reset. It's gotta be this way, right? This doesn't help me at all. I'm not even on the map. Okay, there we go. Right, you have to dragon him around. "17 people in zone. Someone in zone is using show EQ and will know automatically if Linuga is up or not." So I wonder when this is going to become a real drag, fighting the undead, because like I don't get another undead nuke until 46. So the mob HP pools are going to get much larger, but my damage per cast is not going to grow. Yeah, it's the gambling mob. You put rubies in and you get sadness out. Yeah, I do need a Ghoulbane. Need to get there. Dude, I bet you these Shadowed Men would kill me if I accidentally aggroed them. Even though they're 8 levels below me. I did share bank the mallet, yeah. Yeah, Riker, they are. They'll crush you. There's like, you're definitely not making it to his own line. You just gotta go down swinging. Hope the Necro doesn't fear you. Alright, looks like no luck on Linuga. So we'll call this our stream for the night. We had a nice solid 5-hour block today. Thank you so much for all the support, everyone. Tonight was a really awesome stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We had some good lore content. We had some real nail-biting, encounters during all this. Yeah, my clip plane is maxed. I think this is a zone fog that you can see. So before we bounce, let's go ahead and raid Bobby Bick. All right, 3, 2, 1, raid.
Like objects in the game. The Shrine of the Silver Monkey. That was in the temple. Oh my God, Zaide, listen. We need to iron out some rules for this 1 to 50 thing.